Hey chat, tonight we're going to be continuing our RGR retrospective with a debate between RGR and Doe. We'll also be continuing our pistol start run of Doom 64 Ascension. I feel guilty about save scumming in the last video, so we'll be starting the level over and allow ourselves only one save per level. Alright. Yeah, we heard that. Sorry if I'm not saying very much here. I don't have the context for these interactions, so I'm just taking what Doe is saying on faith here. Lawyer mode. Chat, what am I missing? Where do I go? I've done this like 10 times. How do I not remember? Oh. I think a lot of people would take it that way. And this ties back into something that's happening right now with questions regarding, did Shoe on Head pedo jacket Demon Mama or Xander Hall by implying that they're enabling pedophilia? Um, that was the basis by which the left generally, as I remember it at least, decided that RGR had pedo jacketed Doe. Did I misgender Doe? I apologize if so. Um, but yeah, so I don't know. I think that fits the bill. Like that's a way that people are going to interpret it, and that's like a thing that you have to know when you're using that kind of accusation. I don't think the average person cares that much of a difference between, oh, this person is a pedophile and this person is uh, enabling pedophilia. Like it's like the difference between, oh, this person's a pedophile, oh, actually a phobophile. Like no one cares. It's a distinction without a difference in the minds of a lot of people. So that can be just as damaging for one's reputation. I think splitting hairs that RGR is doing here is kind of disingenuous. Like I said, lawyer mode. I don't think you're a pedophile. I just think you're enabling pedophilia and you say the things that a pedophile would say. Wink, wink. Like, come on. We're at the feet discourse, boys. Wants to use loaded language. Damn. I should have saved there. This would include, and I'm pretty sure this gets brought up in the debate, wearing like a skimpy top to a bar or something. If it like if it particularly you're trying to appear attractive or whatever, like that would include that. Is that a sex act? That seems strange, especially for something a lawyer to argue. Did that in the Demon Mama debate too. She doesn't listen to people, which is ironic. Whoops. Okay, so according to RGR's logic, somebody who wears a skimpy top to a bar or to a public event for the purpose of feeling attractive is somebody who thinks that okay that's okay is like the same as a pedophile, apparently. That's kind of strange. That's a really weird thing to say. It's like some crazy Christian Puritanism. Yes, a sex act should be wearing a skimpy top to public. Nice. Consent of people to not see a skimpy top in public or someone wearing sandals. Oh, crap.
Wait, hold on. It absolutely does. Violating someone's consent.
I'm sorry.
Well, that sucks. I guess we're starting over. Oh, man. Alright, let's find the beginning again. I'll be right back. Sorry about that, chat. I guess we're, starting over, since none of that picked up from the desktop audio. Alright, so yeah, we're playing Doom, watching RGR versus Doe.
Hello.
Oh,
Doe, you are live on the RGR live stream.
I should turn you up just a little bit.
Okay. How goes it?
Did you say how goes it?
Yeah, I asked how goes it.
Yeah, it's going okay. Well, we've been streaming for a little bit. I waited here for a little bit. Your conversation. I was back in like 30 seconds and you started a brand new conversation. I was back so quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The reason I brought on Malcolm was because Malcolm had actually been here waiting since like the beginning of the stream.
Yeah, I saw that they were here before me. It's all right. I just, oh, I was here so quick. I didn't think that you were gonna move on, but that's okay. Did you have a good conversation? We didn't listen to it. I have no idea what you guys talked about. Your chat seems to say it's about Calvin Gara, but I don't know anything.
It was in part about that. It was interesting.
Okay.
So I'm assuming. Do you mind if I read out the initial tweet that you sent at me to come on here?
I mean, you want to read through the whole thing? I think that would be a little more enlightening than just the first tweet.
I'll read.
We can show it all together if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like the initial ones. Like, hey, Riley Grace Bershong, I'd love to debate. You blocked me and deleted all your videos, tweets after you called me a pedophile repeatedly with zero evidence, aside from me saying not wearing shoes in public is not, quote, involving children in a sex act. First come, first serve, right? Yeah, so I apologize. Malcolm was here, yeah. I just think the topic was Riley lying and trying to cover her tracks by repeatedly calling the CSA victim a pedophile for not thinking that not wearing shoes is actually okay to do in public is a really good topic. Feel free to let me know.
You added an extra not in there, but yeah.
Oh, sorry. Where did I add?
You said not thinking. It's all right. It's not a big deal.
Okay. Then I unblocked you. And yeah, so I guess I want to begin Mind if I ask like a couple?
Whoa,
questions?
can we go a little bit further?
Oh wait, which one?
Oh, I just think that you're leaving off a lot of really important information. Is it okay if we read a little bit more?
Well, in this tweet it was just the 2 pictures.
Yeah, no. Yeah, that tweet is just those 2 pictures, but that wasn't the end of our interaction, right?
There are a lot of other interactions. I asked you if you wanted to talk about gender.
You did ask. You actually said, "Feel free to talk about gender here." When I asked to come on and talk about this other topic.
Yeah, I was interested in talking about multiple topics.
Yeah.
I thought that was pretty cool because I know that you've talked about gender before, and I am also someone who talks about gender a lot. So I was super hecking interested in talking to you, but like, I know that you very strongly do not want to talk about gender with me, and I don't know why, but yeah, you don't have to. I'm not going to force you to. So do you mind if I ask you, like, just in here, you said that I repeatedly called you a pedophile. So first, can I get like just like all of the places? Like, can you just tell me? You can tell me if I've like.
Well, how about I ask you a question? Around the time this summer of the Kink at Pride conversation, did you private your Twitter and delete all of your tweets?
Yeah, I did. I was getting a lot of harassment at that point.
Oh, I'm sure you were, but privating your account, I delete my account every once in a while and reactivate it when I'm feeling a little, I've got some other stuff to do and I don't want to focus on Twitter.
Yeah, the reason I deleted a lot of my content and I privated my account was because I was getting harassed a lot by people, mostly associated with you and your community. Yeah, I was just getting like constantly harassed, and I was just recovering from surgery around that time. So I just had to do that for my own mental health sake.
You had to delete your tweets for mental health?
Yeah, that's
okay.
A place where people can be able to harass me, yeah.
Well, I mean, you had your account privated. It's a little hard when you're privated.
Well, yeah, I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, because I wanted to make sure that when I reopened it, that people could not like go through and harass me with the tweets that were still on there. That was around.
Can I ask what harassment means to you? I'm sorry for interrupting. If you want to finish what you were saying, I apologize.
Yeah, so around, I'm trying to remember, was that the Kink at Pride or
it's around July?
It was around, so that was, wait, hold on. So that would have been, that was Eat the Rich, right? There are a lot of people
I didn't do anything to you about Eat the Rich.
Okay, well, I know that, like, around that time, there are a lot of people who are sending me death threats.
Oh, yeah, we saw some of those. I think that that's pretty wrong to send you death threats. I think it's pretty inappropriate, pretty wrong. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. I've experienced similar things. I'm sorry about that. You have a few members of your community who like to say lots of things about me.
Wait, hold on. So do you have, wait, hold on. Who in my community has done anything like that?
Gammy.
Gammy? Hold on, wait. Gammy is not part of my community.
She's in your chat right now.
Is anyone who's in my chat? Wait, hold on. You are in my chat.
Yeah, after I was blocked from here, because you... Okay.
Hold on. Yes. No, hold on. Hold on. I'm talking to a lot of people who I disagree with. This is the first time that Gammy has been in my chat in months. All right?
Okay, that's fair. But do you remember when you posted a tweet a while back and you said, here's some really good accounts that I think are really important for you to follow for good trans voices, and one of them was Gammy?
Yeah. No, I remember that.
So at some point you agreed with some of the things that she was doing.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of a lot of the more problematic things that Gammy had done. It's actually why I ended up deleting that, or part of the reason why I ended up deleting that and disregarding that. But also, this isn't part of the comment that this isn't what we're talking about. You came here to talk
I mean, they're all kind of relevant. You were talking about harassment, and I was just curious what you consider harassment.
You're asking me why I privated my account and deleted it. So
well, I'm asking why you deleted tweets when you were telling people that others were
hold on,
quote
wait,
unquote.
are you saying?
Yeah.
All right. So is the allegation? So I just want to be very clear. Do you have any tweets, or are there any tweets that you're alleging where I called you a pedophile?
There were. I don't have any screenshots on me. You deleted them.
So, wait. So hold on. So because I would dispute that is the case, but if I say that, then are you just going to accuse me of lying?
Accuse you of lying for I'm sorry, say that again.
So I would say that I do not remember, to the best of my ability, ever tweeting calling you a pedophile? Do you have any screenshots or evidence of that being the case?
I have a video of you saying that I intentionally or unintentionally was justifying pedophilia, and
Okay, we're gonna go over that, but
yeah, we are gonna go over it.
Examples. Yeah, no, we'll go over that. But I just want to. You said multiple times. You said here that I called you a pedophile multiple times. I want to know exactly when those multiple times were.
You deleted your Twitter or your tweets. I can't go find them, but
Have
I can find the
evidence
one.
wait. So I would dispute.
That's
I
pretty
would
sus.
say that I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay. You can hold that. I can't push you on that. I believe that you did. You believe that I did. I'm not gonna call you a liar. That's fine. But you had a video in which you said it.
I had a video. All right, so let's talk about that video because I think that's what you tweeted here, right?
Yeah, and then your girlfriend, I'm assuming, that's what I was told.
All right,
I
hold
could be
on.
wrong.
I'm not going to talk about the video. All right, hold on. I'm not here to defend what my girlfriend said. All right, we're here to
okay.
talk about what I said. All right. So you're saying that this video is evidence of me calling you a
Presumably, her girlfriend would be part of her community, so that's a little bit relevant in this case because they brought that up, but it's a nitpick, I guess.
pedophile. That's what you're saying.
I do think saying that someone is intentionally or unintentionally justifying pedophilia is calling them a pedophile, because what you're saying is that they think it's okay to do sexual acts to children.
No.
I think it's like calling somebody a political pedophile. Nobody really cares about the difference when you're making accusations like that. Like, I think it's pretty reasonable to think that people are going to interpret it in that way.
No. Don't twist my words.
I don't think I twisted anything.
I don't think that you are
Killed
being
by a
very
zombie.
honest when you say that. All right? So we can listen to the clip right now. I'll listen to it with my chat.
Okay,
All right.
I guess I have to. Hold on, let me come pull it up really quick. I don't have mine open.
All right. Hold on.
Yeah, you effin' with some wet ass P word. P
Let
word
me
is
get my media tab.
There's a second clip. Here's a second clip.
So he continues in level of unintelligible nonsense, saying that kink is defined in relation to sexuality, therefore involving children in sexual act. This is intentional or not, the stupidest sleight of hand I've ever seen. What the fuck are you talking about?
That's an insane thing to say to me. I don't know like how that's a defensible statement. Like, if you're defining something in relation to sexuality, and then you are suggesting that children should be involved in that, you're involving children in sexuality. That's the most logically valid string of words that I can think of off the top of my head, right? So like,
Wait, are you done already? I think you.
I'm waiting for. I was sorry. I was waiting for you. I was.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a second one that has a little bit more context. That's a little bit longer than the one that I quote tweeted with, but that's okay.
Okay.
We can both play it at the same time now if you want.
All right. Wait. Which one are you playing? Is it the same clip?
Well, here. How about I do this?
What?
I've got this one that's got a little bit fuller context.
All right. When you say fuller context.
Oh shit! I tried to DM it to you so you could see it. It's just the previous part of the video. I clicked the one part because it's the part where you actually say pedophile, but the minute leading up to it, I also have a separate video of. But we can just watch the quick one if you really want.
Yeah.
20-second one.
Yeah. Well, it's the one that you tweeted at me.
Yeah, the quote tweet. We can watch that one really quick. Ready?
Okay.
All right, 3, 2,
really
1.
weird. A lot of people from really fringe parts of the internet are coming out with really weird takes that apparently kink is fine to do in front of children. We should be able to justify
in front of children. We should be able to justify doing it in front of them, even if it's explicitly involving them in a sexual act. Like, what the fuck is going on? This is unironic. Oh my god, they're either negligently justifying pedophilia or intentionally justifying pedophilia. I have no idea what the fuck it is. Okay. So
Yeah. And
okay.
the
So
lead
where? So I'm gonna ask you. So where in that clip did I call you a pedophile?
when you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally, well, there's a couple places.
No, hold on.
Let me
hold
finish
on.
my
That
sentence.
is not.
Can I
that
please
is
finish my
not
sentence? You
calling
asked me
you
a really
pedophile.
direct question, and you won't let me finish my sentence.
All right, but that is not calling you a pedophile. That's saying that you advocated, that you made an argument that is typical to expect that pedophiles would make. All right?
I don't think you're a pedophile. I just think that you're saying things pedophiles would say, and you're enabling pedophilia. Yeah, see, like, nobody cares. Come on. No one cares about the difference. Like, that's still damaging.
That is my argument, and I stand by that argument. We can go into the
Well,
merits of it if you want
Let's
to.
go into the merits, because clearly just talking about this one sentence isn't going to go anywhere. So I think it's prudent of us to talk about your definition. Can you finish the sentence?
Well, let's start with exactly what you said. All right. So you said, and I quote, "Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not, quote, involving children in a sexual act." That's what you said, right?
That is what I said.
You're talking about a foot fetish.
I am talking about a foot fetish. I'm proud of you.
Made it to feet discourse, boys.
So I want you to answer me this question. If you are getting off your partner's foot fetish around children, do you think it's not a little reasonable for someone to say, okay, this seems like something that a pedophile may argue, and this person either knows what they're doing or they are negligent and they're saying it even though they don't understand its implications?
So, nowhere in this tweet has anyone talked about getting off.
Wait, hold on. What do you think happens when you appeal to someone's sexual kink? Or sorry, we're talking about fetish. We're talking about
sexual desires is what we're talking
about. We're talking about getting off someone else's
No,
fetish.
You keep saying getting off. Why do you keep saying that?
Because that's the only implication. All right, so I guess...
Can I give you an implication? You're allowed to ask questions if you're confused.
I mean, I'm very much not confused, I can guarantee you that. But let me ask you a question.
Well, you haven't represented me correctly yet, so I think you might be just a little bit confused.
I'm going to doubt that.
This happened with the Demon Mama conversation, too.
So what is your definition of a sexual act?
Sex...
It seems like RGR thinks there's only one way to interpret anything that anyone says. And, like, her interpretation is always the correct one. This happened with RGR versus Demon Mama, where she thought, or where she kept misrepresenting Demon Mama's positions and refused to acknowledge the possibility that she might have misunderstood something. She's, like, literally infallible.
Sex acts is, like, super complex. I think the biggest issue that I actually have, and I mean not biggest, but the first issue I have is probably your definition of sex act. If I remember correctly, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll give you a chance to in just a second. That a sex act is any action that occurs with sexual intent, sexual desire, right? Is that about right?
Roughly. It's when you do something intentionally and primarily appealing to yours or someone else's sexual desires.
Yeah, okay. So I think I got it about right. So I think that this is so broad as to be useless, and I don't think that any legal system defines it this way. For example,
I would disagree.
Can I finish my sentence, please?
Yeah, go ahead, but I'm just saying, like, I disagree with that.
I just don't know why you have to interrupt me when I'm in the middle of talking.
Well, I'm just saying that I disagree with that.
Okay, well, in my state, I looked up the sex acts law, and they actually, so I live in North Carolina, and criminal law designates differences between sex acts, sexual contact, sexual activity, and sexual penetration. They define sex acts as the sexual contact of one or more sex organs, including but not limited to cunnilingus, fellatio, analingus, or anal intercourse, or the penetration of any object into the genital or anal opening of another person's body. Sexual contact is a focus on touching a person's, quote, intimate parts. Sexual penetration is, we can understand that. And sexual activity, the main thing that they listed there was masturbation.
Okay,
so we have a lot of different, it's a very varied, the legal system is a very varied way of approaching these kinds of discussions.
So I actually, there's some interesting context because I've actually taken, so as you know, I'm a law student. I've actually taken criminal law. Are you familiar with the history of how we've gotten to, like, our modern common law rape standard?
I probably don't know the history as well as you do, being a law student, but I was actually in the middle of talking. I don't know,
Well,
again,
you're-
why you
you're
interrupted
going
me.
out
I was actually, you asked me a really direct question, and I was actually walking my way through it. I don't know why you keep doing this.
I mean, like, if you keep talking and you just keep going on and you
I
give
just
a
listed a
long-winded
legal
answer,
system's sex acts and the way that it differentiates between it, because one of my points
is there
here
anything-
is
sorry,
that
is
this
there
is a
anything that
very
you-
nuanced conversation, and I think you lose some of the nuance that I think is really important to this conversation.
You're right. So we can go through that and we can talk about why those definitions are in fact problematic. Because the history of the evolution of the legal standard for what constitutes a sex act has actually been
hate
to
those guys.
broaden it more over time. Historically, rape was only the penetration of a vagina by a penis by a man of a woman,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
using excessive force. But
Yeah,
the
you
reason
effing
why that's
with
not
some
the
wet
standard
ass
anymore,
P-word is
the reason why that's not the standard anymore is because we realize that actually sex acts are a lot more than just physical penetration.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true. So I would not say that the law is a good heuristic to be able to rely on in this conversation, since we are able to recognize that sex and sex act are a lot more than just basic forms of penetration.
I agree. I actually listed things that weren't penetrating.
The definition she provided was including but not limited to. So that entire argument doesn't make any sense in response to that definition. It's an invalid issue to take with it.
I listed
Yeah, and I
multiple
would say
things that
we
weren't
still need a
penetration.
and I would say that we still need a broader understanding of sex acts, because you end up excluding a lot of very harmful situations that run into the problem of violating one's consent.
That is where I was going to move the conversation, as a question of consent. And because you seem to, again, correct me if I'm wrong, have a view that we consent to seeing things in public, that's like a thing that happens.
No, wait, hold on. My exact view in respect to consent, especially as it concerns sex, is that if someone is going to involve you in a sex act or do something around you as a sex act, then you need to acquire their consent to do that. If you do not, then you violate their consent, you categorically cause them harm. Children cannot
Wait,
consent
how do you cause them harm?
because you're violating a fundamental deontological rule.
That doesn't mean anything. Can you explain that?
Yeah, there are certain things which, if you do, they are inherently morally wrong. Murder is an example. If you do it, is inherently morally wrong.
Why?
Violating someone's consent is inherently morally wrong. The reason why goes back to the Kantian categorical imperative. If we were to do certain things in society, then that would mean that we end up leading to a contradiction, whereas we end up not being able to have the thing that we wanted to begin with. If you go around violating other people's consent, then we end up justifying a world where anyone can violate anyone's consent. We no longer have consent. And I really care about consent. So I say we do everything we can to respect consent, especially concerning sex.
I think we should absolutely respect consent too. I think it's really important. I just don't think that when it comes to the public, that there is a very good argument for seeing something, being involved in it. Now we're not even in
Hold on. No, it's not the seeing the thing. All right, that's not the issue. The issue is not seeing the. Well, I mean, like, it's sort of seeing the thing.
It is. You say that it's about seeing, that you haven't gotten the consent of others to see it, to be around you while you do it.
Wait, hold on. No,
I thought that's what you just said. I'm sorry if it's not. I was just.
We're focusing on consent, and the consent is either about the risk. It's either about being involved in the sex act or the risk of being involved.
With some wet
Okay.
ass P-word is
So-
not trying to tell you.
What does being involved mean? Because it seems
depends
like
on the sexual act. There's a lot of different sex acts, I would say. For example, we can imagine situations where people, like in the BDSM community, are engaging in a sexual act where both are getting off despite the fact that they may not be touching each other at all. Like, we can easily imagine this kind of a conversation. Or we can imagine, like, if someone is watching porn, we can imagine that, like, oh, well, in that case, they're not touching another person. They're probably engaging in some kind of sex act. Or, like, phone sex, which has sex in the name. You're not talking to another person. We would call that a sex act. Or you are talking to another person, but it's digital, right? Like the whole point is that I want to make sure that we have a comprehensive definition of sex, because I think that any of these instances you would agree with me constitute sex, and if not, we end up getting into incredibly dangerous situations.
Any of the things that you just listed constitute sex?
I would say that they are sex acts specifically. Like for example,
What the heck am I supposed to do here?
let's say, here we'll go through some hypotheticals. Let's say that you are interacting. Let's say that you have like a crush on or you know someone else who has like a crush on a coworker wherever it is that you work.
This hypothetical
Right.
got out really quick. So I know somebody who has a crush on a coworker.
Okay.
Okay.
And let's say that in that instance, the person who has the crush takes a picture of the coworker without their knowledge and ends up masturbating to it without their consent. Would you agree with me that this is something which is morally wrong?
Jeez.
I think that the taking depends on the kind of picture, and the
Just that it's just
expectation
them.
of what?
Let's just say that it's just them in their work uniform.
I don't know if I can morally condemn someone for masturbating and thinking about somebody. Taking a picture without somebody's consent is like the strange part.
Okay, hold on. Now, all right, what? That is we have to. All right, let's elaborate on that then. All right, then let's say that after that coworker masturbates to the person who they did not acquire the consent, be able to masturbate to that person, that they go and they tell that person that they masturbated to them. Would you reasonably expect that the person who was masturbated to without their knowledge would probably feel violated to some degree?
I don't have to consider it. It's happened to me. Yeah, it's a little weird.
Okay, cool. So why is no? It's not just weird. You would say that that's morally wrong.
We're gonna have a moral problem in this debate. I'm trying not to like make it the point because it doesn't matter. But
No, wait, hold on. It absolutely does. Violating someone's consent
I'm
is
sorry.
paramount. I want to make sure that we are protecting people.
I don't believe in morals the way that you do, so I'm trying to avoid that kind of conversation because we don't need to have a meta-ethical conversation in this discussion. I don't think that I could say that it's morally wrong to masturbate to somebody, but I think telling them is strange. I don't know if I would say it's morally wrong. It clearly is going to make them uncomfortable. But
Now, wait. So hold on. So if you masturbate to someone else and you don't get their consent, then it's fine as long as they don't find out.
yeah, I don't. I would say that there are ways that it can be wrong.
What are the ways?
I think that sexual desire towards children.
No,
would
hold
be-
on. Wait, pause. No, we're talking about the nature of what is a sex act. Do not pivot away from this. Why
I
would it
wasn't
be
trying
wrong?
to pivot away. I was trying to tell you an example of where I thought
Oh.
it would be wrong.
Hello.
Okay, so the example would be wrong if it would be children.
Yeah, I think that there's something inherently predatory about.
All right. So what if we're talking about an adult?
Yeah, that's what I was working to. I don't think that I can say that it's wrong to think about somebody and masturbate to them.
Even if you don't. All right. So why do you think that if they ended up going to tell, if you masturbate to someone, that if you go and you tell that person that you masturbated to them, why do you think that they might be a little put off?
Because you've made them into an object a little bit in your mind. Even if you consider them as a full subject, it's objectification is
Hold on.
kind of
No,
what we would
the
call
average
it there.
person. No, the average per. Oh, hold on. And that's not necessarily the case.
Sure.
All right. That's not necessarily the case. It could
I
be the
agree.
case where no, you actually totally no. You just you're really infatuated with them. You see them totally as a person, but you masturbate to them without their consent.
Sure. I think that there's still a level of objectification that can occur there. It doesn't have to, but yeah.
So,
But
wait, do
it
you
can
think
make
that
you
that's the only
feel.
reason? Do you
can
think
make
that's
you
the only
feel like
reason
an
that
object when you're
someone might be
told.
off-put if they're told that they were masturbated to without acquiring their consent?
Can you ask that question again? I was trying to talk. I didn't know that you're talking. What'd you say?
All right. Do you think that is the only reason why someone who learns that they were masturbated to without their consent would be off-put at learning that new knowledge?
Do I think that they would be off-put? Is that what you just asked?
I'm asking you, do you think that the reason that you gave is the only reason why?
No, I've already said that. I think that the reasons can be multitudinous. Like
Like what?
Well, becoming a sexualized object in the mind of
You
somebody
said that
else
already.
is itself. I know I did.
So say something else.
I don't know the reasons that everyone might come away with feeling a negative feeling from a particular event. Lots of
Okay,
things
I'm
can lead
going
up
to
to
give
that.
you the answer.
Now,
The answer is violating their consent.
but you
that
didn't
is the
violate their
reason why.
consent.
You did violate their consent. Yes, you did. If
So-
this person, this hypothetical, masturbated someone else and did not acquire their consent to do so, you violated their consent.
How did you violate their consent?
Because you were able to use an aspect of them to get yourself off sexually without their permission.
You used your mind to get yourself off.
You used that person, the image of that person.
Yeah.
Hold on, wait, all right. I need to ask you another question. No, hold on. So is the problem like if someone does not know that you use them to get off sexually, then it's fine?
It depends on how you use them.
Why does it depend?
Well, because there are some ways where you can physically use somebody, and there are some ways in which it remains entirely in your mind. I don't think desire itself requires somebody else's consent.
Why does the physicality matter? There are easily sex acts that we can imagine, which are not strictly physical.
Can you name one for me?
Like masturbating to someone.
But you didn't do an action to them.
Yeah, but you're using them. You are
Using your
their...
mind. In your mind, you're imagining them. If you have the picture, like I said, the picture seems to be like the weird part of that, but like...
All right, hold on. I'm going to give you another example, and I'm going to ask you to distinguish it. All right? Because I'm trying to get exactly like what your morals are here. If you have someone, let's say that you have a person who goes out into public, right? And they have a humiliation fetish.
Yeah.
Okay? And they go out in front of anyone. It could be children, but just anyone who has not provided consent. And they...
Wait. Is she going to argue that it's a sex act to go up to somebody with a humiliation fetish and be like, wow, you're a fucking idiot? Is that a sex act? Is that going to be the argument?
I don't know. Let's say that they like defecate themselves. All right?
Oh, that's a little
I didn't know they
different.
had a scab fetish too, Jesus.
I don't know why you're trying to get like ad homs or whatever in.
Wait,
Anyway.
Wait, no, that wasn't it. That wasn't. I said I don't know why they have a scab fetish. That wasn't. I was joking. You gave them one fetish and then you added another. I just was being silly. I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to ad hom you.
We're talking about someone with a humiliation fetish. All right. The point is that they go out into public. All right. And then around other people, they defecate themselves. Other people see them. And as a consequence of other people seeing them, they orgasm. Specifically because other people watch them. Would you say that this violates the consent of the other people watching them?
No, I don't.
Okay, she's adding so many qualifiers to this hypothetical. Like, she's not doing a good job isolating the thing that she's trying to isolate. Let me see if I can think of a better one. Or just like a better example. Because she's trying to say that it's a sex act to hold someone's image in your mind and masturbate about it. Like, she could just say that. You don't need all the other pretext. It would be a lot easier to talk about.
I don't think so.
What? All right, hold on, wait, no. Why? You need to justify that right now.
Because I don't think you consent to things you see in public.
So literally, if you are using the site of somebody else to be able to sexually satisfy yourself, you're totally fine with that.
I just don't think that you violated their consent. We can maybe talk about other parts of it.
Why do you not violate their consent?
Because you don't consent to things you see in public. I've said this like
This
5
isn't
times.
we're not talking about just seeing something in public. We're talking about using someone else, specifically in this case their site, in order to get off.
Yeah, I don't think you violated their consent.
Okay, sorry, I mixed up RGR's arguments. That wasn't a good example of what she's trying to isolate. Like, it would be simpler if she just talked about somebody, like, being aroused near a foot fetish or something, like somebody wearing sandals, which I'm pretty sure that gets to at some point. But people people literally ejaculating and or having an orgasm, and them having involving scat in the hypothetical, that doesn't seem to add anything to the discussion. It just complicates the question.
Then you didn't do anything to them.
Oh my, no, all right, see, I don't know what your ethics are. I absolutely reject this. I 1 bajillion% reject this.
Okay.
If you generalize this is an awful precedent to set.
Consent. I don't know why consent extends to what you see. What is
Because
that?
in this case, you are using somebody else to gratify yourself sexually in that moment. They're aware, all right? They are aware. Everyone is involved in this. There just happens to not be any physical contact.
Sure.
So you're fine. This person, the person that we're talking about, literally uses other people for sex without their consent. You're fine with that.
I made the same mistake.
They use the vision of other people. Use it because you keep saying like using the people. It's a weird.
They are. They have a humiliation fetish. They can only get off from the vision, from being humiliated in front of other people.
Sure.
So you're fine with that.
I just don't think it's violating other people's consent. I think we could talk about other.
Well, hold on. So what if those other people are children? Are you still fine with it?
If you do it intentionally around children, I think that the intentionality there is pretty weird, pretty
Why?
fucked up.
All right, why? You need to justify. No, don't just say, "Oh, it's pretty weird. It's pretty fucked up." Tell me why it's bad.
Yeah, you asked me. I will. I think that it's fucked up because you're that desiring children sexually, I think, is inherently predatory.
With some wet ass P-word. P-word is.
But why is that not fun? Oh, wait. What if they're not trying to do it around children? What if it just happens to be a child?
Yeah, if there's not intentionality, I would probably say that that I don't think that they should if they notice the kids are around. But if the intentionality is not there, I wouldn't say that it's immoral or predatory.
So we need to go through this. So if we're saying, you are just committing to this position that if you have someone with a humiliation fetish, they go out in public, they defecate themselves in front of children. It's not like they were trying to be in front. They just happened to be there. The children just happened to be there. It could have been any person, but the children just happened to be there. And then as a consequence of the children seeing that person defecate and but for that sight, then that person orgasms, and you're fine with that.
Can you see the last sentence, the last little bit?
Yeah. So, person, humiliation fetish, goes out in public. The only people around are children. They aren't necessarily looking to find children.
Wait, the only people around are children?
Yeah, the only people. Or we can say there's I don't know, there can be a combination. It's mostly children.
Like I said, I think if there are children around, you should probably be careful about something like that, where you are actively getting off. But
why? No. So I'm gonna finish. All right. So then I'm gonna finish the hypothetical, and we're gonna explore. All right. Then actually, you know what? Now we will just say that. Let's just say it just happens to be that there's only children around. Maybe they go to a playground. It just happens to be the nearest place by them. All right. They live right next to a playground. It's not like they actually really want to get off in front of it. It's just the kids just happen to be there, and they're the only people there. So if this person goes out and they're wearing their diaper or whatever, and they defecate themselves, and the only people around are children, and as a consequence of the children seeing them defecate, then they orgasm. You are fine with that.
No, I've already said that if there's children around, that you probably shouldn't do it.
No, the reason that you said it was bad if children are around is because you specifically are interested in using the children. This is not the case here.
I've said multiple things. That's not the only thing that I said.
Then what are the other reasons why it's bad to do it around children?
I think that getting off from the gaze of children is what would be the harm there. That their gaze is the problem, because the humiliation is that children are seeing you.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what harm are you talking about? What exactly is
That's a good question. What harm are you talking about?
I'm talking about violating someone's categorical right to consent.
Can you explain to me in what way you have a consent. You have the ability to consent to things you see in public.
You keep
Because
saying, no,
can I-
hold on, stop. You keep trying to bring it back to seeing.
Well,
I've
because
never
it is
argued
seeing.
that. No, this is using someone else. The seeing just happens to be the way that they're using
There
it.
are
It could be another way.
multiple
We're
kinks.
talking
This is a-
specifically
I know
about
that we're talking
using
specifically.
someone else for sex. That is what we're talking about. We're talking about using someone else for sex.
RGR seems to be mad that Doe isn't making, like, categorical arguments here. I think that's, like, the root of her frustration. It's like, oh, you're not a Kantian like me, therefore you're a degenerate.
Sex. This is just one way where you can use someone for sex in a way where it's clearly sex, even though they're not physically in contact.
I would be careful about saying it's sex itself.
It's a sex act. And also, wait, hold on. Let's be clear. There are ways to be able to have sex where you're not physically in contact. Like, this is a sex act. If you want to try and parse the difference between what's a sex act.
I don't agree with your definition of sex acts. We might have to back up to there if you want to move this conversation forward in a useful direction.
Hold on. The reason why we're talking about this is because I'm justifying my definition of a sex act. This is what I'm doing right now.
You're asking me a bunch of questions. You haven't justified yourself. You just...
The questions are contingent upon the definition of sex act. Like, I'm pretty sure Doe has acknowledged that it would agree with the statements if it agreed with the incident being like a sex act. The contention is whether or not that's actually a sex act. Like, obviously doing a sex act in front of kids is bad. That's not the contention.
Want to push me into somewhere?
No, because your outcome, your definition of sex would mean that this is not a sex act and there's no violation.
I haven't even given a definition of sex.
Wait, hold on. You gave several definitions from
I listed the fact that there are many ways that different legal systems, and I picked mine alone because there were, not because, but because I live here, but in mine alone, there were multiple different ways that they defined sex. I was just pointing out that it's a very complex problem, and that I didn't think that your flattening of the complexity was very useful.
And I would say it is useful because it gives us clear answers for how to be able to deal with these kinds of situations.
Well, sure, you want to condemn these people, but like I don't think that just wanting that itself is it means it's better.
Wait, no, I think that, no, this is the whole point of being able to show bad outcomes of different systems. All right, right now I'm showing you the benefit of mine, because I would say that being able to use a definition of sex act, which focuses primarily on intent, is able to give us clear answers for these kinds of questions, when otherwise, if we want to go off of one that requires, for example, physical contact, that you cannot be able to resolve.
So, I think that...
that sucks.
Even if we can say that which I don't agree, but even if we wanted to say that, like, your definition makes it work in this example, it actually fucks up a bunch of other examples that I think are really important.
Like what?
Well, because your definition of sex acts is about the intent.
Your definition of sex acts includes wearing sandals around your foot fetishist partner in public, and making out in public, and wearing a skimpy top to feel attractive. That's a sex act. That's something that she wants to, like, take to court and be like, this person did a sex act around children by wearing a skimpy top. It's some next level Puritanism.
And especially, like, primary intent, I think is how you said it, maybe, to elicit sexual desire in some way, whether for yourself or someone else, right?
That's about right.
Well, I personally, and maybe I'm a little different from everybody, that's okay. But personally, I like to feel sexy. I like to feel sexy even in public. I'm not getting off in public, but I like to... I'm sorry, you said
If
something?
we're not talking about feeling sexy.
Wait, what? Oh, can I actually like fully explore what I'm saying? Sure. Like I know that you're not talking about being sexy or feeling sexy, whatever. But what I'm talking about is I choose the things that I wear and how I present myself with the intent for my own sexual desire, to express myself sexually and to feel it sexually.
Wait, no, hold on. We're not talking about like the intent. I'm trying to figure out. Wait, hold on. So, are you saying that you dress the way that you do to like get off in public?
You keep going back to getting off. No.
We're talking about feeling to sexual
Loves her loaded
desires.
language.
Yeah. Have you never felt something sexual without it being coming?
Wait, no. Or hold on. I'm gonna answer that question because this is ridiculous.
I'm sorry.
The way that people are.
This is what I mean. She keeps introducing like orgasming into the equation when it isn't necessary for her argument, because she also believes that it's a sex act without coming. So why introduce it at all, other than to like make the conversation more inflammatory?
Arrive at like orgasm is by appealing to their sexual desires. That's what you do. All right.
Just
and
the appealing doesn't usually do it.
You to dress and dress attractively for reasons other than trying to appeal to sexual desires or interests. Like this is like the woke version of she was asking for it.
I don't think it is.
I
think that someone can express themselves sexually without them inviting someone to touch them.
That's not appealing to sexual desires or interests. That is not the same.
I think it is. If I want men to look at me in a particular way, I can dress a particular way to show that, to cause that reaction.
Wait, no, what? So wait, hold on. Is this So you're specifically trying to dress in a particular way.
Okay, we're going back to saves
to
coming
get men
after this fight.
like in order to appeal to men's sexual
care.
desires or interests.
Really anyone's, but yeah, I picked men. Yeah. Like I think that I can and have and probably will in the future try to dress to appeal to someone's sexual desire. I like feeling desired. It makes me feel good.
Okay, no, then I would absolutely disagree with that. I think that there are plenty of other reasons why women or anybody can be able to dress in a certain way aside from just like sexually appealing to someone else, right?
Sure, I agree that
I
you can
dress
do
the
it
way
for
that I
a lot of
do
different
because
reasons.
I'm trying to like get off men or I'm trying to like appeal to the sexual desires of women. No, like I dress the way that I do because I just like the way that I feel. I'm not trying to like get off other people.
Well, you keep going back to get off. I dress partially sometimes because I like the way that it feels and looks, but other times I like to sort of sexualize it a little bit. I like to feel sexy. I like to have sexual desire from other people. It makes me feel good.
All right, wait, hold on. Then we're talking about something completely different than what you were talking about in the example. All right,
Well,
what you're talking about, because what you're talking about in that instance is not that is doing something where it is not the primary reason why you're dressing that way. Where you just said that it's a part of it. In the hypothetical that you talked about in the tweet that we are talking about right now, you said some people like the if you go shoeless to a public event primarily because your partner likes feet, you're not involving them in a sex act. No, you were talking about doing something primarily to appeal to a sexual act.
Primarily dress on some days. That's what I meant by sometimes. I primarily dress on some days for sexual desire, both of myself, of looking at myself and feeling like I am a sexual being, and for what other people give to me, the sexual desire.
Then I would say that you're absolutely violating other people's consent then.
I don't understand how me wanting to feel
Time to go to jail. Dressing sexy in public. Jail.
good is and wanting to feel
You're talking about
like
feeling in a sexual way.
Yeah,
that's a sex act. I would absolutely call that a sex act.
Well,
I would stand by
how is it
that.
a sex act? What did I do that was a sex act?
Because you are doing something primarily to appeal to
Deranged.
sexual desires or interests.
Well, I don't think that that's true. I don't think that if I think there's a lot of other examples that we can give of things that are very related to sex that and sexuality that happen in public that do not cause harm, and I don't think you can claim that I'm causing a harm by wanting to be desired by other people and dressing for that desire. And I think that's the only way that we can claim that this is like a bad.
In that note, yes, I would say that if you are doing something primarily, again, we're focusing on primarily here, in order to appeal to other people's sexual desires or without their consent, then I would say you are harming them by violating their consent.
So you think that flattening sex, like forcing somebody, breaking somebody's consent, you think that me wearing a dress with a low-cut top, look at my dress now, I could show off my boobs a little bit, and it would make other people feel a little bit good, but we wouldn't be getting off for anything.
You're being very particularly vague with when you say good. It's not just good generally. You're talking about good in a specifically sexual sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, no, I would absolutely hold by. I would absolutely hold by, especially like here, because right now you're talking about very abstract. Right now you're talking about an example that's very removed from what you said. What you said was that you're appealing to your partner's foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think. Well, I'm sorry. What's the difference there? I literally don't see it. I'm so sorry.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
So the issue, I mean, we already went over it. So you're fine. You're completely fine if you go out with your partner and your partner has a foot fetish and you go out and know that like, oh yeah, my partner has a foot fetish. And because they have a foot fetish, and primarily because they have a foot fetish, I'm going to dress barefoot and try to appeal to their foot fetish.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's and then on top of that, all right. So that's step one. Step two is you're fine with that happening in public.
Yeah.
And so step three, you're fine with that even happening around children.
Yeah, as long as there's not an intent for the children to be there, and as long as that you're not like including them, like, hey, come touch this, my partner's feet, or like, yeah, as long as you're not being like weird about it, yeah.
Why does that matter?
Because well, now you've included them in the act, like you're making them part of it.
What if they don't? What if you don't like? What if they don't like touch it? What if they're just like around it, like they see the person getting off to the foot fetish or whatever as it's happening?
You keep saying getting off.
All right, hold on, wait.
Categorically reject that.
I want you to correct me. Are you fine then if they get off to their foot fetish in public? Are you fine with this person in this situation orgasming in public as a consequence of their foot fetish?
As things stand right now, maybe not. But I'd like to move towards a society that's a little bit freer about sex. I think that having a more comprehensive view on
you are fine
sex
with it.
is well, no.
So you are
I
fine
actually
with it.
gave a really nuanced answer there. Did you miss it?
So you are. So the answer that you gave is that like you don't think it's possible, but you would like to.
No, that's not the answer that I just gave.
Then I want you to give me the answer again, because my understanding of your answer was that, oh, well, probably not right now, but I'd like to move towards a society where maybe people have more open understandings of sex. The implication there being that you would like to be able to have people do that in the future.
I would like for sex to be destigmatized in the future to a pretty significant degree, with a broader understanding.
You're not answering the question.
I am answering your question.
I need you to answer this question, this specific question. Are you fine if your partner gets off to their foot fetish in public and you're the person who intentionally causes it? Are you fine with that happening? Yes or no?
I think the truth is that you'd have to be a little more nuanced about how the partner's getting off.
No, this is a yes or no question. Stop. You need to give a yes or no to this question.
I didn't think I went on like Jesse Lee Peterson's show today. I actually like nuance and context in the answers that I give.
You can give all the nuance that you want after a yes or a no.
Can you not follow my answer? If you want to ask questions, it's okay. I can explain anything that I say.
No, because all right, so you asked me, all right, I'm going to back up. You asked me why, to go back to the original thesis. So I said that this is an argument that either was intentionally being made to justify pedophilia or was negligently being made and ends up justifying pedophilia. So based on where the conversation is right now, I would absolutely stand by that, because I don't think that you can give a clear answer to say that according to your worldview, yes, you would be fine with this.
Yes, I have nuanced answers to questions I don't think that it's okay to do sex acts with children. And I don't think it's okay to include children in your sex acts.
Do you think that it's all right? Then hold on. Then do you think it's fine because you focus a lot on physical touch? Do you think it's fine if someone gets off to their foot fetish as a result of you doing it, and the children are around and even see it, but do not touch your partner at all?
It depends on how the orgasm occurs.
All right, so tell me why it matters. All right, tell me in which ways then you would be fine with that happening. Tell me in what kind of scenario you would be fine with your partner getting off around children, and you would say that's a fine thing.
Well, getting off in public with, the potential for children to be around. Like I said, making it intent about children is very would make it, I think, morally, wrong. But
all right, and we talked about that before.
I know
all
I'm
right,
building a full, nuanced
about...
answer. I really wish you'd let me finish.
You just keep not responding to me based on what we already talked about. I feel like you keep trying to avoid answering the questions, so I keep trying to pull you back so we stay on.
Well, it sounds like you're trying to get a clip, because you don't actually want to discuss the nuance of this.
No, I am discussing nuance. I think that
you're really not. You literally just said, "Give me a yes or no answer." No, I don't like your nuanced answer. Give me a yes or no answer. Are you serious?
No, nuance. No, hold on. Nuance is not the same as refusing to give a yes or a no. You can give all the nuance that you want and also give a clear yes or a no.
Sometimes it's not just a yes or a no. Sometimes you have to make a nuanced case for sometimes yes and sometimes no. There are some people who have
Okay, but that's not Kantian enough. That's not categorical enough. You can't have variable answers to questions. Everything has to be absolute. Obviously.
Premature ejaculations. They'll even do it in public without touching or anything like that. They don't mean to. It's not but it still occurs. I think that people can orgasm in public in ways that aren't very harmful. But I think that there are ways that are harmful.
Okay, so I want to give you another scenario based on what you've already said, and I want you to tell me if it is or if it is not harmful. Okay?
I think we've walked through enough of these examples. I don't really know what else you're trying to get out of this.
No, I'm trying to test
I feel
your
like we really,
farming
really
for clips.
I mean, yeah, of course you're trying to test me. You've tested me 5 times now, and I've been pretty consistent.
So she could take it back to Destiny's community.
I can't even get a baseline level of what your views are.
For upvotes. That's what that is.
You've not given a clear answer to any,
That's what that is.
almost any of the questions I've asked. So I just want to try, I'm trying to ask questions to figure out what your values are. So I'm going to give you another example based on what you have already said to see what your response is, so I can help figure out what your values are.
Okay, that sounds really cool. We haven't done this yet. I'd really like to.
Okay, so let's say that you have the person from the example that you tweeted about, your partner, foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish. You intentionally and primarily do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner, who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation? Yes or no?
From the way you've described that, no, I don't believe a harm was done to those children.
Okay! So now we're at the issue. Thank you. So this is why I would reject your framing of this. Because I would say that doing that violates categorically the consent of the children and therefore causes them harm. That is my issue with what you are. That's my issue with what you're proposing.
What consent did you violate?
Because you engage in sexual acts around children by engaging in incredibly risky behavior without getting their consent.
That's not. You haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. All right, let me give you an example of this.
Well, no, actually, let me give you an example of this.
Okay.
I went through some pretty extreme child sexual assault. I was sold to other people for sex. There were
Okay.
people who looked at me and desired me sexually.
Okay.
And there's a very big difference from the guy who was looking at me and desiring me sexually and the guy who just paid to fuck my bleeding holes and then sticking his fingers down my throat so I'll puke for him so he can make me eat it before he shoots his load into my ass, okay? There's a very big difference between the desire of the first person and the actual act of the second person. These are fundamentally different. My consent wasn't broken when someone was looking at me, you know, with desire. That's not where that came from.
All right. I am sorry that happened to you. That is awful. That does not have to do with this conversation.
It absolutely does, because your definition of sex acts includes the man who was looking at me, wanting to buy me, but not doing it.
I think that we're about to be TOS, but let me be clear, all right? Everything that you just said does not have to do with the scenario that we just talked about.
It has to do with your definition of sex acts.
So
Your definition of sex acts fundamentally fails. It includes people who wear crop tops. It includes people who wear high heels.
It's literally, it's explaining why it's relevant, because, as it said, it's excluding someone you would want to include and including someone you would want to exclude. It's a broken definition. It's completely relevant.
To make their ass look
No,
good,
it doesn't.
and it includes the
No, it
man
doesn't.
who looked at me, desiring me.
Did he get off to you?
No, not that one.
Was he trying to?
No, he was deciding which one of us he wanted to fuck.
Then I would say that that's not a sex act.
Why?
He is
He
not-
desired me sexually.
If he was not doing something,
He was
acting-
desiring me. Isn't that the problem here? If
Wait,
you-
so hold on. So actually, wait. So, do you want this person? I'm trying to understand the issue here, and I can tell that this is a very we don't have to talk about this. This is a sensitive subject.
Yeah, it's why I was really, really upset when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
Yeah, I know. You're gonna keep maintaining that. We haven't gotten to that part of the discussion yet.
No.
Didn't call you a pedophile, I just think that you enable pedophilia and you say things that a pedophile would say. Wink, wink. Like, come on.
We actually have. Do you have any other examples of me calling you a pedophile?
When you say that someone is intentionally or negligently justifying pedophilia, what you're saying is they have made an argument that they think that sex acts with children are okay, whether they know it or not. Your audience calls me a pedophile without your pretty
stop.
wording around it, because they
No,
heard
no,
your
no,
message.
stop.
They heard the message that
No,
you were sending
stop.
out. They
Stop,
heard it.
stop.
They heard it loud and clear. They heard it every time you called.
Stop.
Okay, so is that... Here's a question that's relating to the current stuff between the accusations that Shu has pedo-jacketed Demon Mama and Xanderhall by implying that they're enabling pedophilia, but not saying they are pedophiles. Is that pedo-jacketing? And that kind of relates back to this, because RGR is saying, I'm not saying you're a pedophile. I'm just saying that you're enabling pedophilia, and you're making arguments in line with pedophilia. Like, at the root level, these seem like the same thing to me, and I would say both of them are pedo-jacketing. But maybe I'm missing some nuance there.
All of
putting
those people,
words
yeah,
in
no,
my
they
mouth.
totally did. And they get it. They
Hold
absolutely,
on.
understood. Your audience picked it up. Did you not understand?
All right.
Do you want to go see? You want me to go look through my replies
Alright,
and find
'cause
how
now
many
I am
people call me a
incredibly concerned about
pedophile
the
without
OS.
all your fun words around it?
Alright.
There are
Stop.
people calling it a pedo in your chat. Yes,
I'm gonna
people
mute
in
you
your
for
chat
a
are literally
second.
saying that.
And we're gonna get back to having a productive conversation. all right?
Yeah, I think we can get back to having a productive conversation. I think the conversation
not.
is about whether or not that guy
you a
who was
pedophile?
looking at me, ready to buy
didn't.
me, ready to buy my holes.
said that you
I want to
either
know whether or not that was a
intentionally
sex act. Was it a
made an
sex act
argument
when he
that would
wanted to
lead
buy my holes?
To what pedophiles want, or you negligently did. That is what I argued. And
Yes.
that is what I maintain.
Yes, you
especially
argued that
based
I
on your
have a
answers
belief
earlier.
that justifies having sex with children. I never claimed that. I have
All right,
only
I'm
said
not-
that it is
hold on.
okay to do things in public that deal with sexual desire.
You understand what negligence means.
Yes, unintentionally.
Okay.
So, but what you're
This
saying is, I
comment-
have a belief whether or not I know it, that I did it whether or not I meant to. You're saying that I said it's okay to have sex with children,
Stop.
whether or not I know
No.
it. That's what you
Stop.
said. You
That's
said
not
that
what I
about me. You know that,
Stop
right?
that.
Those are
No.
the words
Stop.
that you said
You're-
about me.
That is the accusation. I would modify it and say, she's saying that Doe thinks that it's okay to do sex acts involving children. That's the argument, that as I understand it. I would call that pedojacketing. I would say that that's saying that, or implying very, very strongly that Doe is a pedophile.
Putting words in my mouth.
I
You can
didn't put
yell
words
all you want.
intentionally or
No.
negligently. Those are
Stop.
what those words mean.
No. Stop.
Anyone can see that that's what those words mean.
No.
And your
Stop.
audience heard the
Oh, hold on, I'm
message.
gonna mute
Your
you again.
audience heard the message
You
because they
again.
call me it.
All right. Yelling does not make you more right. All right.
You've been yelling multiple
Yelling
times
does
in this
not make you
conversation.
more
It was
right.
only when I brought up an
Talk about
intense,
negligence.
traumatic event
It
of
means that
mine
you do
that I am
something,
now.
Or you say something, and you are not aware of its implications at the time that you do it.
Yeah. So you
But you
think
still do cause harm.
you think
All right.
that
I'm gonna unmute you.
So she muted it. So she's saying you cause harm to children and enable pedophilia. I'm not saying you're a pedophile. You're just doing all the things that pedophiles do.
Oh my god, you
You're
muted
gonna
me.
stop saying
Oh my god,
this
you
is
muted
calling you a
me.
pedophile,
Oh my god.
because it is not.
That's so embarrassing. I can't
Alright.
believe you muted me. That's incredibly embarrassing.
Because
Oh
you
my
were
god.
no, hold on. You were yelling, and you were trying to put words in my mouth.
That did not call for a
All
mute.
right. So I am justified to be able to do that. Keep saying that I said a thing when I didn't. We
You
looked at
said-
the clip. We looked
you
at the
said
clip.
that
Yes.
I intentionally or negligently justified pedophilia. That means that either I meant to say that it's okay to have sex with children, or I unintentionally hold the belief or made an
No.
argument that justifies, made an argument that would allude to the belief that having sex with children is okay.
Now hold on. Stop. All right. It's not just. There is a possibility, because I can't read your mind. I don't know what's in your head. But the total scope of possibilities means that either you didn't know what you were saying when you said this, or conversely, that you didn't know.
Yeah.
That's
And
not a
I
rebuttal
stand
to
by that,
anything
'cause
Doe
if
just
you
said.
So you're
did
saying
not
that I made an
know
argument without
of
knowing
this
it
part,
that says it's
and you
okay
how
to
about
have
he make
sex
Mr.
with
Speak?
children.
You're fine. No, hold on. You are fine with people. You admitted
man.
you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some scenarios. You're fine with that.
Get off in public with the understanding that children might be there. But that actually wasn't why you called me a pedophile. The reason you called me a
I
pedophile...
didn't call you a pedophile. You just admitted.
I just
you
admitted
just
that you said
admitted
I
that there are
intentionally...
scenarios where you're fine with people getting off around children in public. I do not think it is a stretch to say that you either negligently or intentionally made arguments that would also be made by pedophiles.
No, none of my arguments were made by pedophiles.
You are not listening to me.
I am listening to you. I heard every word you said. You want me to repeat it back to you word for word?
Yes, please repeat back to me exactly what I said.
Right, maybe I can't do word for word, but you did say that your belief in its negligence.
The not listening to me thing has always been projection. RGR literally is just not listening. She's not interested in what her interlocutors are saying. She's just on a soapbox. That's all it is.
Oh, I read something and I lost it. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. So you agreed, just now you've agreed multiple times actually, that you are fine with certain situations where someone engages in a sexual act, gets off publicly around children.
You keep saying...
No, stop. You agree that there are situations where you are fine with that happening.
I'm fine with people getting off in public sometimes, yes.
Even if it is around children?
As long as they're not including the children in it, yes.
Okay. So, I don't think that my comment was out of line at all.
Well, you're implying that I think it's okay to involve children in sex acts.
No, I didn't.
Oh, sounds like pedo-apologia to me. Look at your chat.
That is literally what she argued.
Well, right now what you're saying is incredibly yikesy.
Yikesy.
Because you are justifying being able to get off in front of children.
I'm justifying getting off in public. I'm not justifying getting off with the
children
as the intent.
Sometimes, and you are fine with scenarios where people get off in public and also in front of children.
Yes. As long as they're not including the children in the sex act.
Do we want to go? All right, we talked about the concept of risk earlier, or risky behavior. Can we go back to that? Because this would be when we're talking about...
No, because we still haven't gotten past your failure of a definition. You can't fundamentally tell me
that
my consent was broken when that man desired me. You can't tell me that. It does not cover that. That's not a sex act. The man looked at me. He wanted to purchase me.
Are you bringing up your personal experience?
Yes, because my personal experience is important here. Because you clearly don't have the actual...
I know what you're doing.
Oh my god, you muted me again.
You're bringing up your own personal experience as a drama victim to try and paint me in a bad light. I know what you are doing. All right?
Yeah.
Do not lie to me or the chat. I know what you're doing. I know you're poisoning the well.
Poisoning the well?
This does not matter when we're talking about the specific scenarios of the subject here. What you tweeted, which is what we are talking about.
It's directly relevant to the conversation.
All right? So stop poisoning the well and keep on the discussion that you agreed to have. All right?
Rip.
Am I unmuted? Am I unmuted?
You're unmuted.
I think it's really embarrassing that you keep muting. I haven't muted you once. I think that's really embarrassing. But more than that, yeah, because it is embarrassing. Because you have to like.
Embarrassing does not make it embarrassing. I hate to be the one to tell you.
Oh my god,
no,
you're
pretty
right.
Embarrassing.
Oh my god, I'm not the arbiter of ultimate embarrassment. Oh my god, I've just now come to this realization. My life's a lie. I'm gonna be in shambles now.
So you asked earlier, what's the harm of getting off around children, and I will justify that to you right now. No,
I want you to justify your belief of desire being a sex act. I've given a very clear example in where desire wasn't a sex act. Sexual desire wasn't itself a sex act. I'd like you to actually defend your claim, because you haven't yet.
Because they have... No, hold on. Because we're talking about if you're doing something primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests.
Yes, absolutely. The man who was looking at me to purchase me was in fact looking at me with pure intent sexual desire.
That is not primary. Hold on, no.
You don't think that's primarily about sexual desire? The guy who was about to buy my holes?
All right, so hold on. So you are, all right, you're literally engaging You're trying to poison. I know what you're doing.
This isn't
So stop
poisoning
it.
the well.
I'm going to respond to you. All right? I'm going to respond to you. But I know everyone can tell exactly what you're trying to do. Okay? So I'm going to respond to you.
Am I unmuted?
I'm unmuting you right now.
Oh, it's Riley's stream. It's fine for her to mute the pedo apologist. I still
I'm muting
think
you
it's...
when you're in get. I'm mute. No, you know when I'm muting you. Don't lie.
I don't know. It doesn't show me.
All right.
How am I supposed
So
to
I would
know?
say-
Wait,
I
you
would
just said
say
that
in
and you're
that
gonna just move
scenario,
on?
I would say
You're gonna say that and you're
I
just
would-
gonna move on?
I see the problem here. RGR thinks that everybody can read her mind. That's why she says you're not listening to me. Because nobody's responding to the thoughts that are in her head. Why aren't you listening to my thoughts?
On?
No. I'm responding to what you said.
Yeah, you
I
said
would
something that
say
was a
in that
lie,
scenario,
and then you're not going to acknowledge that it wasn't true, and now you're just trying to move on. I can't see when you mute me.
I would respond to you. You're asking me to respond to an incredibly inflammatory hypothetical.
I'm asking you
scenario.
to respond
going to
my
justify-
personal experience because it is the ultimate counter to your poor definition.
No, it's not the ultimate counter. I'm about to explain why. Also, can you please give a trigger warning? People in my chat are asking that you give a trigger warning before you talk about...
No, I don't think so. You didn't give me a trigger warning when you called me a pedophile.
I didn't call you a pedophile.
You did.
No, I didn't. We
You
already
did.
went over it.
Yeah, and I
Stop
was
shooting.
right.
No.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely not.
Yeah.
I reject that. Do you have any other... All right, hold on. You said multiple times. Is there any other time aside from this? Because here, I would reject that I ever called you a pedophile. I would reject that 100%. You said I called you a pedophile multiple times. Are there any other times where that possibly happened?
You deleted all your tweets. Don't you remember?
I didn't. I never tweeted calling you a pedophile.
Okay.
So you're just calling me a liar then?
No, I said at the very beginning of this debate that neither of us can prove that claim because you hid all the evidence. So it's
I
impossible
didn't hide
for
all the
anyone to
evidence. I
claim
deleted it because
anything.
you and your community were harassing me.
Sure. We were talking
Unsubstantiated.
about things that you said publicly as a public figure. That is.
I never. Do you have any screen? All right. Do you have any screen cap? If I deleted a tweet, then I could have had it.
Your girlfriend
any screen cap
tweeted,
evidence?
and it seemed to be in line with things that you believed, because
Do you
it
have
made
any
the exact
screen
same
cap
argument
evidence?
as you about how desiring a
Yeah.
foot fetish, desiring feet with a foot fetish is itself a sex act, and then she
No,
cited
no,
some like
stop,
legal
stop,
stuff,
stop.
and then
No,
she got put on
stop.
bad
You don't
legal
have any-
takes.
so you say you
Oh
don't have
man, that
any
was so
actual
funny.
Evidence. You don't have any actual evidence
You're
of me
right.
calling you a pedophile once.
You did it multiple times, but
No, I didn't. I didn't. You never
It
have
doesn't
provided
matter.
any
It's okay.
evidence to
Hey,
substantiate
I can't. Like I
that.
already said, I can't prove that you tweeted those things. It's fine. We can move on from it. I know
No,
that
no,
you did it.
lied
You
then.
deleted your
You
tweet.
specifically lied then. Why are you trying to prove something that you don't even know is true?
Well, I know that it happened because it happened to me. And beyond
Wait,
that,
so
I don't need
here's
those tweets here because your video.
All right,
is
wait.
enough.
How is that any difference? Hold on. We need to go through that claim because there's a massive issue there. So you're saying that you're saying it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you. That is your evidence, right?
No, I'm telling you that I can't provide evidence. I said that at the
No,
very
you're
beginning
saying-
of the discussion, and I can't do it
You are
now.
saying that it's true that I called you a pedophile multiple times because it happened to you and you know it to be true.
Well,
That's what
it
you're providing
happened
as
to me.
evidence.
No, I know it happened. It happened to me.
I know
I
it
can't
didn't
prove
happen.
it. There's no
I know it
evidence
didn't happen.
because you deleted all of it.
I
and
know
that's
it
okay.
didn't happen.
Okay, and like I said, neither of us can move forward on that. I've said that more than once. It's fine.
So you did lie about me.
I didn't lie.
That's
Same
not-
with
Do you
the
have
video.
any proof
That's
that you're
not
telling the truth?
a lie.
Yes, the video is the proof.
RGR needs the same amount of evidence that Doe would need to make the claim that Doe is lying, but none has been provided. She's literally holding Doe to a different standard.
No, it's not.
If you say that someone is intentionally or unintentionally defending pedophilia, what you're saying is that they either
I'm literally saying you may have not
you
intentionally
said-
defended pedophilia.
I know that it's not all intentional. Every time I've said this, I've done both parts of it. You are either saying that I know that I am actively aware that I am presenting something
If I
that
say-
says. Can I
if
please
I
finish
say-
my sentence?
No, you're not responding to me. If
I am responding to you. I'm saying intentionally or unintentionally. One of them is that I knowingly am justifying having sex with children, and the other one is saying that I don't know that I'm saying that it's okay to have sex with children. Neither of those are what I've done. I think that it is
what
okay
about
to.
that second one there?
Yes.
Where you don't
think that I am.
make that meaning.
You think that I unknowingly support sex with children, even though I have more than once said that sex with children is wrong.
I think that you said that in this clip. I think that is the plain reading of this. I was specifically talking about what you said here.
You were talking about the foot fetish example.
Yes, where you ended up conceding that you are fine with scenarios where someone gets off sexually to a foot fetish.
I never said gets
children.
off. I've said gets off in this conversation, but I didn't say it in that initial one. But even if I did say get
Wait,
off,
hold on. You are saying that according to this clip and the beliefs that you elicited in this clip, that you are fine with scenarios where people get off to their foot fetish sexually in public around children.
in the clip, I said that it was okay to present your desires in public, to do things in public that elicit sexual desire. In this conversation, I've maintained that I don't think it breaks consent to orgasm in public as long as you don't involve the children around.
Okay, and now, because we've gotten to this point several times, we keep trying to pivot away, I want to explain why that is wrong. All right? We keep pivoting away. I want to explain why doing a sex act around children, even if you do not involve them, is still harmful.
When a kid walks in on their parents, did their parents involve them in a sex act?
No. What?
Why not?
No.
These kids saw them having sex.
Because you're not... No, because you're engaged. Because they were acting in private. They took reasonable steps to act in private. And stop. I'm going to... All right. I'm going to mute you for a second. I'm going to explain why it is bad to do...
I've deafened myself and muted my microphone on her end because if she's going to keep
It wasn't
muting
even
me,
talking when
I
she
have no
muted it.
obligation to continue to sit there and listen to her. I think that's more than fair. She's muted me multiple times. This is the only time I've done it. I can't hear anything she's saying. I think, yeah, so... I think this is more than fair. I'll see how long it takes her to notice or care. What are you guys doing? I haven't read any of the chat. How are you guys doing? You guys think I've been doing okay? I've been trying my hardest. My hands are like sweaty. I got anxiety talking about my trauma. My adrenaline started pumping. I
True, Palm Dad.
Gotten as loud as I did.
But... Well, you didn't listen to anything I said, but I just
explained
explained
sorry,
why.
you muted me. I only thought it fair.
Because you were not actually engaging with what I was saying. All right, I'm trying to explain.
I've engaged with everything you've said.
No, stop. You didn't.
Okay.
You said that there is no harm from doing sex acts around children, and I have tried repeatedly, multiple times, to explain why it is harmful. I just explained that to my chat, and I tried to explain it to you, and you specifically avoided listening to me, which suggests to me that you are not actually engaging with me in good faith.
You muted me multiple times. That was the first time I muted you. I just find it really unfair that you keep muting me. Maybe unfair sounds a little whiny, but like I feel like I've treated you with pretty good faith here. I've answered every question directly. I've tried my hardest to be honest and good faith, and even answer questions that I know you are trying to make sound as intentionally bad as possible. I know that. Yeah. I'm not. No, you are, and then you mute me when absolutely. I think that's absolutely what you've done. You keep saying I'm poisoning the well by talking about my own personal, literal experience that actually has to do with actual pedophilia. And that's apparently not actually like important to you as someone who's like really worried about CSA victims, right? Oh man.
All right, no. Clearly, when you say that, you are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning the well.
I agree that what happened to you was horrible. I am sorry that it happened. You know you are poisoning the well.
It's not poisoning the well. It's talking about my personal experiences. Poison the Well would be like, Riley is such a dumb Christian, she'll never be able to understand what I'm saying. Like, no, like I'm not poisoning the well. I'm talking about an experience because I don't feel like you are adequately able to engage with the actual experiences of people who have gone through
And I'm telling
really
you
horrible
exactly
things.
the problems. I'm telling you exactly the problems. And I also was going to explain. All right, so hold on. So if we want to go back to exactly the reason why that person in the scenario was not engaging in a sex act, I would say that it was not because they were primarily trying to pursue a sexual desire or interest at that time. That would be.
Oh,
my
look at that
input.
person in your chat. The answer is yes, that Doe's a pedo if it thinks it's okay to orgasm in the presence of children. You know, that was
All
actually
right.
like the norm, that like people would fuck in like
Now
common
hold on.
rooms.
Don't try to impugn. No,
It
hold
actually
on.
used to be the norm. I'm
Hold
not
on.
impugning it. I'm just telling you. I just want you to hear like what your audience says. I'm reading it all. I know what your audience says. I just wish
All
you
right,
would
then
read what your audience
then
says.
actually engage with what I'm saying because I'm responding to you. I would say that the person in your scenario, for as inflammatory as you make it out to be, I would say that the distinguishing factor there is that they were not primarily
For as
engaged in
in,
sexual
I
acts.
was sold to other people, and you're calling me inflammatory?
Yes. I mean, right now, hold on. You keep saying that. You keep repeating this. You keep repeating the fact that you are
Doe
CSA
literally said
victim,
it's fine to
which, by the
jerk
way,
in front of kids.
which,
That's not
by
what I
the way,
said. Hey,
is
Chatter
horrible.
Todsworth. That's not what I said. Sorry, I just wanted to let that know. That's not what I said. Yeah.
Hold on. So to be clear, the example that you gave, I would distinguish and say that the reason why that does not apply is because that person, we can reasonably surmise, was not primarily engaging in a sexual act at that time.
They were looking at me to buy me.
And all right, and you are, and I know that you are trying to just be as overly inflammatory as possible.
This is not inflammatory.
And I would say,
This is not
that
inflammatory.
in that situation, the thing they were primarily focusing on was the buy-in. That's what my answer would be. And I know that you're just going to respond with, "Oh my God, Riley, you're so terrible."
I left.
I would leave. Okay, so that's the debate. I'm really enjoying this Doom mod, so I think we're gonna check out the Vaush RGR debate now.
Think what you're essentially saying is that if you have a makeout sesh with a person and you're in public and a kid sees you and you
Do you
defend
think that
later.
there's a difference between a makeout session and appealing to someone's foot fetish?
Yeah, actually, a makeout session is way more involved. There's physical contact and people can see what's going on. With a foot fetish, literally nobody knows because you're just barefoot. They just see a barefoot person.
Nobody knows, though.
So yeah, so I would actually say that. So first of all, neither of them enable pedophilia. But second of all, that the makeout sesh is actually whatever characteristics you're approximating, the makeout sesh is much more so. So
No, but it doesn't matter. The whole point is that it doesn't matter if the kids don't know. The point is that you
But
justify
what they see
or
matters, isn't it?
no,
That's why we care about
justify
PDA.
being able to do sex acts in front of kids. That is the point. It doesn't matter if they don't know.
Okay, so what RGR is saying and was saying in the Doe debate is that it's not about seeing. People are misunderstanding that part of the argument. It's about like the metaphysical harm that happens to their soul as a result of being present. It's not about their knowledge or anything like that.
I would say that their consent is violated.
Yeah, I think I've more or less exhausted my patience here. I would say what you're making right here is an argument that hurts children. I think this is a moralist. Wait, hold on.
What?
I think this is an
Hold on,
insane.
you
Wait,
need to-
hold, Riley.
justify
I will.
that.
I'll mute you. I think this is an insanely moralist argument that serves no purpose other than to dilute the meaning of actual child sex abuse, and you're using it specifically because you have some kind of weird fucking beef with this subject. I think it's borderline reprehensible that you would ever try to hop onto something as innocuous as making out with people in
You
public
agree that
and
those
use it
justify
to
sex
justify
acts as kids. How is that?
like
how
making
is
out
that
like
not
making
harming them?
you think making out in public is
RGR would be like in the Christian moms, like the satanic panic in the 90s. She would absolutely be on that shit.
tantamount to non-consensually involving children in acts.
You
I hope
think
to
that it's
God
fine to
you've
be
never
able to
made
show
out with
someone's
somebody in
foot
public,
fetish in
Riley,
front of
because if
kids?
that's what you were thinking of, I'm disgusted. Okay, Doe and RGR had a conversation. RGR is she, her. Doe is it, its. Don't be cringe in chat. Oh, also, there's, I think, like, maybe 2/3 of the way in, there's going to be, what's the right term? An aggressively traumatic description of a life event.
Oh.
You know, viewers be advised, etc.
We're gonna skip the
I don't want to hear
reaction.
you all bitching at me. Good evening.
Hey,
Good evening.
hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. So, the debate was between you and Doe. I don't want to rehash its entirety here, but you had thoughts to share, and Doe consented to your presence without it, so I'm happy to hear you out for a time. What do you have on your mind?
Yeah, no problem, and thank you for having me on. I guess I want to address some of the things because I don't feel. I guess like the main thing right now for me is that I feel like people are not listening to what I'm saying or engaging with what I'm saying.
Mhm.
And I feel really hurt by the fact that I feel like people are not listening to me, despite the fact I am genuinely, regardless of whether or not you believe me, trying to the best of my ability to engage with you or the perspectives of people who
Whoops.
disagree with me.
I just went
So
back a level.
I want to go through like a couple points to begin with, and just like I know that you said I was hardcore logical tunneling. I know that that's something that you.
Well, I think you have lawyer brain, at least selectively.
Truly.
With certain degrees of specificity, but it didn't last very long in the conversation, I don't think.
Well, the reason I'm very particular with my wording, right? I try to be very particular. I try to think through my positions, and I try to think through the outcomes of my different positions. And so the reason
Citation
why
needed.
I stick to very particular wording is because it is important for the purposes of the fundamental issue in this conversation. So in this conversation, the thing that we started with was the question of, did I ever call Doe a pedophile? That was the bottom line question of the debate. All right?
Yes, though I don't think it is anymore, because I think most people would argue that at this point you've now done worse things than call it a pedophile. It sort of.
I'd say so.
Very directly.
Well,
and that's just sort of like the initiating concern. Now.
Can we talk through some of that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I want to begin with kind of the end of it and then build back, if that's fine, with the personal comments towards the end with Doe. So when Doe said that, and I was told that this was a possibility beforehand, I was reasonably suspicious that Doe would bring up their past experience as a trauma victim, right? And that is like everything that happened to them in respect to that is horrible and awful. And I do not disagree with that, right? The problem is whether or not it was relevant to the conversation that we were having. And I think that it caught me by surprise. So I think to an extent, like the answer I gave makes sense, but I reflected on it more with my chat. And the reason why it was not relevant, and this is why I would say it's more so poisoning the well, that it didn't actually have to do with the conversation, is because the thing.
To recap, the reason it was relevant is because her definition excluded somebody we would want to include, as in the person who is like buying dough for the purposes of sex, and it would include somebody we would want to exclude, such as like somebody just looking at somebody and thinking about them sexually as a sex act.
The thing that Doe was describing, like the person in that
relevant.
situation was not doing an action, right? They were standing and they were contemplating, but for me, I do not punish. I would not just say that a sex act is just thinking. And we can get into this if we want to, because this is something that and this is a big reason why I arrive at my position, right? But like when we try to conceive of what exactly a sex act is, I think that the best definition that we can arrive at is when someone is doing something with the specific intention of primarily appealing to a sexual desire or taste. I think that is the best definition, and that's what a lot of the debate was sort of about defending, right?
Right.
And
well, a couple of things.
And then you can talk. But so here, the person who they were describing was not. I would say they weren't doing an action, right? But the point being that like, but
let's say purchasing a person is an action.
The main issue is that I just want to know what an alternative definition is to sexual act. That's not what I'm proposing. That doesn't otherwise lead to really bad outcomes.
I think Doe's whole point is that your insistence on reducing all sexual actions down to a single all-encompassing term is unhelpful. That's the reason why it brought that up to begin with. Your definition of sex act includes dressing for the club if you're looking to arouse people with your fat tits, and doesn't include leering at a child who you may or may not purchase for sexual acts. That seems to me like an that seems to me wait. Okay. That seems to me like a very unhelpful definition of sex acts. So maybe it would be better to consider multiple terms that we could fold different types of behavior into. Maybe the term sex act isn't really what we're looking for. Maybe we're talking about harm, implicitly or explicitly, and sex act is something which sometimes but not always overlaps with that. Like, for example, the people dressing. You did say in that debate with Doe that you felt like dressing with the intent of arousing people in public was a violation of others' consent, around children's consent.
That's not.
Is that
not
true?
That is literally what happened.
No, I wouldn't make that argument. So,
she did.
Or rather, if I did, that's not what I intended to convey. Again, the thing I focus on is whether or not you're doing something primarily, emphasis on primarily, in order to appeal to a sexual desire or taste.
People do that with their clothing, don't they? There are absolutely people who like when you're going out to the clubs, there are people who dress. I mean, there are girls out there dressing in ways that have their only consideration is looking sexy and fitting within the boundaries of the law. And that's pretty much it. I would say that's primarily an effort to elicit sexual desire.
I know where it is.
I disagree, though. I would say that people who do that dress for any number of other reasons aside from trying to elicit sexual desire. Like when I go out to, like when I dress up, I'm not dressing up because I'm trying to like appeal to someone's sexual desire. I usually pick what I wear because it makes me personally happy.
But we're not talking about you. We're talking about some people. There are people for whom it is certainly the primary concern. I don't go out dressing primarily. I wear shorts and t-shirts, but I know there are people who will go on out there trying to look as sexually enticing as they can.
But I would contest that then, because I would think that the only example where this realistically comes up, and maybe I needed to press this more in the debate, I think that the only time where where you're only dressing primarily for sexual desires or tastes is like when you're wearing like a gimp suit and you're using that to like get off.
I honestly think you're only saying that because the alternative would be acknowledging how unworkable your definition is. There are absolutely people who dress in ways which complies with public decency guidelines, but is also primarily about sexual arousal. Like, now, of course, you know, faced with that, you have two possible responses, which is either you call everyone who's ever dressed for the club a pedophile, or unintentionally enabling pedophilia, or you try and find a way in which the act of dressing to arouse other people while just barely skirting decency laws is somehow not a primarily sexual act. The fact that your
that's why we're
first
focusing on
resort
intent.
was to describe your intentions suggests to me that this is, well, I mean, you have to say something here, or you would have to change your definition, wouldn't you?
I mean, the difference is that what you're describing right now are not instances when people are wearing things primarily for sexual desires or
How do
interests.
you-
That's doing a lot of
It
work.
sounds like that may be an
Primarily.
element of it, but I would not say that's the primary purpose in those situations.
How do you quantify that exactly?
Usually it's going to, well, I mean, so this gets back to like the distinction between like ontology, epistemology, ethics. So like, you know, how do we actually tell when people are engaging in a sexual act? Well, usually we're going to go off of the totality of available evidence.
What if they just
and in
tell
this
you
case-
the reason they're doing it is to sexually arouse people? I mean, I've had convos. Like, have you ever been to like a slutty Halloween costume party? I mean, you can ask them. They're doing it to sexually arouse people. You can just
Okay, so-
directly ask them. They will tell you. There's no need to fuss about with it. They will just say it very directly.
We need, all right, hold on. Maybe I'm not asking enough questions. So let me ask you then, all right? Because maybe this can help you understand at least my perspective better. Because I'm just trying to, what I want is for people to just understand this perspective. So what would you define as a sexual act?
Can't take one hit.
I honestly think it's stupid to even try. I guess, I mean, I genuinely think that human sexuality is complicated enough that a term to encompass the entirety of acts that would fit within its purview would be subjective and almost impossible to like I could come up with one and another person could come up with a very different one, and I don't know if I could say there's any worse than mine or better. But if I had to come up with like a quick definition, like, I don't know, an act which pertains in some way to one or another's sexual desire or arousal, like an act which is related in some way to your or another's sexual desires.
Okay, that's, yeah, that, all right. So we don't sound very different.
Right, but I believe kissing near children is okay.
Right, but I wouldn't say that kissing is always like primarily done for sexual reasons.
No, you just changed the definition. I said
No.
any act which relates to sexual desire. And I promise you that it's not, I am not alone in believing that making out with somebody, even a quick peck sometimes, you know, depending on how pent up you are, that's life, absolutely pertains to sexual desire. And I think you can do that in front of kids. I mean, if you couldn't kiss in front of kids, like, I mean, it's all over for all of us, I think.
Sure, but in this instance, so like this gets into like, all right, how do we arrive at like better definitions, right? Because like to an extent, you know, I can agree that like, yeah, we're focusing on like, we can have a wide range of different possible things. And usually it's going to relate to sexual desires or interests. Like I'm with you on that. But then you introduce an issue where it's like, okay, sometimes we need to be able to make differentiations, because I would agree with you that like, yeah, like if you give someone a peck in public, then that's not something that we should call like pedophilia, or that's not something we should call a public sex act.
But you
Which is why I focus on
distinctions
primary.
with Doe.
Well, I mean, we can like dialogue back and forth and figure out a better definition, right? And the problem that I have is that people keep looking at me like, oh, Riley, you present a really like outlandish, crazy definition, but I have yet for someone to present me with a better one. And I feel like this is important for us to talk about and for us to have a clear and concise rule on, because we want to be able to have moral rules about when someone is violating someone else's consent in respect to sexual acts.
But a single
Like, that's
term
very
won't be able to
important to me.
encompass that, because kissing is a sexual act. I mean, often at least, you know. Absolutely. But we can do that in front of kids. That's fine. I think it's kind of weird if you're like looking for groups of kids to make out in front of. Like Doe said, it seems there that the intent to involve children is quite a bit worse than children being incidentally around. Because everyone's kissed near kids. I mean, at least I think most of us
Right.
have. But you were insistent on avoiding specificity with definitions with Doe, or you only wanted one. I mean, you wanted sex act. Well, I've defined sex act for you, and I have just described to you a sex act which we conduct freely in public. So your insistence that sex acts done in public violate the consent of others by the category you've agreed to, with my definition, is false.
Yeah, but then, all right, so then we have to get into the issue of evaluating the strength and the utility, as I know that you, so like you understand that like words, social constructs, we generally are going to advocate for meanings of words which give us greater or lower utility, right? Are you on board with me with that?
Yeah, I like utility. But you're a Kantian, aren't you? Of what relevance?
Yeah, Pomdad, that's true. RGR does seem like very sheltered or something. Like, I don't know what her situation growing up was like, but it almost seems like the way I see a lot of like super puritanical Christians act, particularly conservative ones, which is strange.
Is that to you?
Well, I mean, like with language, we can be able to look at like the meanings of words and make those kinds of evaluations.
Mm.
So here, we can look at two different definitions of what sex acts are, and we can be able to go through applications of those and be able to derive whether or not they lead to outcomes which we feel are morally sound or justifiable. And so that's the whole point of going through these scenarios. So like if you give me a rule for what is a sex act, and then you turn around and you say, or not, I don't want to say, sorry, that's loaded language, but then you demonstrate the limitations of that rule, you demonstrate the limitations of that definition, then I would say, okay, so now we can look at a different rule, or we can adjust that so we can be able to account for the issues with that kind of rule, right?
Right, I would agree. And I think that whatever exemptions you would make would well include what Doe was talking about in the conversation. Going barefoot in a park where kids might be, when you have a foot fetishist partner. I cannot imagine that as a violation of anyone's consent, because to everyone around you, they're just seeing a person whose feet are out. But I mean, like, to be clear, I've agreed with Doe's perspective on this. So, I mean, now apparently, it and I are both unintentionally promoting pedophilia. So, I think that's ludicrous. And I'll be more specific. I think it's so ostentatious that it borders on bad faith, and it's an attempt at you pedojacketing as a way of legitimizing a emotional discomfort you have with sexuality. That's the feeling I have. Like, it's so outlandish that the best explanation I can think of is that you're just generally uncomfortable with sexuality, and you're looking for the harshest condemnation you can find for people to avoid really confronting your perspective. And this is it. And you found it. And it ended with you essentially invalidating the child sexual exploitation of a CSA survivor. Clearly, this is not an effective road for us to be walking. There has to be a better attitude to be taking towards this.
So I would say I disagree with, I think, all of that. But we can go through each step individually and walk you through why I think each individual part is wrong. I mean, I think that like the speculating to my mindset is blatantly wrong and unfounded. Like, I don't think that you know anything about me or my motivations or why I say the things that I do.
No, of course, it's an inference. I mean, that's what we have to make, don't we? I mean, we have to infer people's behavior sometimes. And when it comes to arguments like this, I cannot imagine a person as intelligent as you would sincerely be making this argument as a component of some broader opposition to child sexual abuse, because that's not what it is. I mean, exempting some head injury, I mean, there has to be some other underlying motivation, so I reach. And I have to infer, you know.
Do you think, well, hold on, like, do you think that it could not just be the case that I really care about protecting consent?
I think this is an extraordinarily bad way of doing it, if that's the case. But if you do, I mean, I guess sometimes the thought is not what counts, you know?
Okay, so then let's go back, because you said that just the fact that, so let's go back to, you said a lot of things earlier. I want to go through them one by one. So you said that
you could almost say that RGR is intentionally or unintentionally calling Doe and Vaush pedophiles.
that you agree with Doe that going out with your foot fetishist partner in public without shoes around children would make you a pedophile. Do you think that's what my position is?
How about you tell me what your position is on people who would go barefoot in public around their foot fetishist partner?
So with the way that you described it to me, that I don't have an issue with the way that you described my position. I don't. This is the reason why I was saying in chat that you weren't describing my position, because the issue that I had with what Doe said specifically was not the fact that there was someone with a foot fetishist, or there was like someone with a foot fetish going out in public with like a partner who was not wearing shoes. That was not the issue in and of itself. The point was that the partner of the person with the foot fetish knew about the foot fetish, and that was the primary reason that they went shoeless in public in order to get them off. And you know that Doe agreed to that scenario, right? Like, the point isn't the existence of the foot fetish. The point is the intentionally
I would assume
doing something to get your partner off in public around other people.
Yeah, I would assume if they're partners, they know about that. To me, this is a distinction without difference. Yes, I think that's the exact same thing.
No, I don't think that's... No, because in one situation, you are doing something primarily in order to get your partner off, and then the other you're not.
Sure.
I don't care.
You go barefoot because your partner likes feet. Yes.
All right, but hold on. There's a lot more there that you're skipping over, right? Like, this isn't just your partner likes feet. It's your partner is sexually attracted to bare feet.
I'm sorry. The language I'm using isn't flippant because I'm trying to weasel out of specificity. I accept these terms. Yes, they are sexually attracted to the feet. They're awkwardly shuffling to hide their...
We did this with Doe too, where Doe kept saying, yes, I accept the premises that you're laying out, and RGR is like, oh, you can't mean that. Are you sure? Are you sure?
Boner underneath their belt loop. Or whatever. Yes, sure. Fine.
Okay. And you know from watching the conversation that Doe agreed that within what they proposed, like the tweet that we were talking about, the tweet where they said that there's also like the calling them a pedophile, and I also dispute that. But we'll come back to that in a little bit. But in the tweet that we were talking about, they also agreed that like you were able to bring the other, like in the scenario that they were describing, that like it's also reasonably inferred that the person was able to get their partner to come to orgasm.
I don't know. The getting off means a lot of stuff. So they just like came from seeing their feet in public?
I'm pretty sure. I am about
I don't think that was part of the...
confident that Doe agreed to the premise that, yeah, they got their partner to orgasm in front of other people.
If Doe's still in chat, Doe, was that part of the initial premise? I don't believe that was the case. I think when people say getting off, they usually mean like, oh, you're getting off to something, like you find it attractive. At least that's what I've heard.
Yeah, like slang.
All right, well, I'm about 99.9% sure that I asked that very explicit question and that Doe agreed.
I think Doe said that in your conversation that wouldn't be a thing which necessarily violates the consent of the people around, but I don't think it was part of the initial tweet conversation, at least not to my memory.
No, but that was the issue, right? Is that was the natural implication of the initial tweet thread.
So let's really break it down then and isolate these variables, okay? I'll use a couple that I used while watching the video. Do you think that a person who orgasms from the vibrations of a bus... I bring this up because I had a friend who could do this, who does so from the vibrations of a bus, that them like coming while on a bus, like riding it, like that's a violation of the consent of the people on that bus?
It depends on whether or not they rode the bus with the primary intention of using it to get off. If they didn't, then I would say not. That's why I focus on primary intention.
So what if they know that they can do this on buses because they've always been able to, and they choose to get on a bus?
I would say that it depends on whether or not they're primarily trying to appeal to a sexual desire.
So what
they may be aware of it, but if they're not trying to appeal to a sexual desire, then no.
What if the couple wanted to go on a walk because they needed to pick up groceries, and the whole foot fetish barefoot thing was just sort of a flair along the way. The primary intent of their travel was to go pick up groceries, but they thought, oh, sure, you know, feet off or shoes off, why not? And then the other person comes in their pants. They're remarkably sensitive, I guess.
I would say, I think on the basis of those questions, I would also say that's not a sexual act, because again, we're looking at primary intention, right? There, it sounds like from what you described that there's not like primary intention. If anything, it's like it's more of an accident.
The distinction between these things to me seems arbitrary and impossible to define. What is
like,
or is not a person's primary intent? I mean, like you were doing it earlier with how people dress. I don't know how you could ever maybe they could have driven to go get the groceries. Like, how much of a percent of them not wearing shoes is part of the? I don't know if there's a way to really distinguish primary intent relative to the dozens of other things that might motivate us to do something in the way we do. I mean, my primary intent when I go downstairs, like, am I getting chicken nuggies am I getting them from the oven? Am I saying hello to my cats? Am I enjoying the cooler temperatures down there? Like, it all plays into it.
So here, I would say that this is a distinction between ontology and epistemology. This is a difference between like, how do we, like, what is a sex act versus how do we know if someone is committing a sex act? And so when we're getting into the question of how do we know if someone is committing a sex act, right? How do we evaluate what someone's primary intention is? We're going to go off of, because it's inductively reasoned, right? The totality of available evidence. So, you know, if someone wears like a low-cutting top to a party or whatever, like the situation that you described earlier, we can reasonably infer that there's multiple reasons why those clothes are made in such the way that they are. So we would be able to say, like, all right, unless more evidence presents itself to the contrary, we probably as a society are going to assume that you're not wearing that primarily for a sexual purpose. But in the contrary, for example, and this was during the Kink at Pride discourse, with wearing a gimp suit, something that is primarily designed for sexual purposes, then we are able to make a pretty easy distinction and say, okay, this is something where we can pretty easily say that, like, if you're using it and its primary use is for sexual purpose, then we can infer that you're primarily doing this for a sexual purpose.
But how could you do that with a person with a foot fetish? How do you know whether the primary intent of their walking was to satiate the fetish, or if they were just getting groceries and decided to spice it up along the way? There'd be no way without reading their minds. It's a meaningless distinction in practice. Likewise with taking the bus, if you nut from it, you know, like you could ask them, like, hey, did you get on this bus so you could nut? And they're like, no, I just really like 3rd Street. I mean, you could never have that conversation with them. I don't think there's no way of knowing. And what's more, like,
well, can I respond to that before you go on?
Well, is the nutting the thing? Like, if we or no, what about Kink at Pride? There are people who wear leather and gimp suits, not because it sexually satiates them, but because they feel like it's part of the culture of the LGBT community, and they wear it to show solidarity. Now, it's not my fashion choice, but that's definitely a thing that happens. I mean, it seems like if our definition of a sex act is involving calculus and inference and all of this, and we're doing all of it to, like, mathematically determine what's appropriate in public, like, aren't there other ways we could talk about what's appropriate in public? Is wearing feet bare in public acceptable? Yes. Is kissing in public acceptable? Yes. Is wearing tube tops in public acceptable? Yes. Anything past that, any distinction or differentiation past that, seems like an effort in punishing sin. Like, you're looking for people who are doing it the wrong way, almost. Like, there's some invisible line.
The act isn't wrong. That's not the sin. Doing the thing doesn't matter. The sin is, like, the thoughts going through your head.
All right, so the reason why we're looking at it through the lens of intent is because we want to be able to say sometimes when someone does something which no one else knows about, that we can still be able to morally condemn them, despite the fact that no one knows about it, right? Like the example that we went through several examples during the conversation, but like the primary one I use to describe this is like the perfect date raper, right? We can imagine someone who goes and date rapes someone in such a way where the person never ends up finding out, right? And in that kind of a situation, there's no measurable physical or mental harm if the other person never finds out. We want some way
Do you think if
to
someone
be able to say why that's morally condemnable, even if we never, like, the person who was like harmed in this case never finds out.
Yeah,
That's the reason why.
you could invoke bodily autonomy? Yeah, even if they never find out, it's a violation of their bodily autonomy. Would you equate that to jerking off to somebody in your head? Because both of them are an invocation of them, in your mind at least.
I would not say they are the same, because I would agree that with the latter there is also a bodily autonomy violation. I think with both situations, you run into a circumstance where you're violating the consent of the other person. And I will.
While
so
jerking
like here,
off while thinking about somebody.
so that's the extreme implication. I'll use.
Well, you directly said you believed that in your conversation. You said while talking
Yes.
with Doe that that jerking off.
RGR is really afraid of, like, hearing her own positions back to her. Like she says them and then she hears them back and she's like, whoa, 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 I didn't say that.
While thinking about something was using them. You were very insistent on that terminology.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, like, sure, I can justify that, but people seem to get hung up on it. But sure, we can. I'll explain that. So basically, like, this goes back to the issue of finding words or rules which are able to lead to overall the most outcomes that we feel justified or fine with, right? Because I think that what I'm talking about, the baseline rule, overall leads to like the most common. Like, I think that, like, in just about every other scenario, people will look at the implications of what I'm talking about and for the large part agree with me.
That's
like, for example, with
not how I feel, I'll admit.
all right, well then we can talk about more examples. But, like, for example, when we talk about something like with the age of consent, we have a rule that is useful in society. Sometimes we look at the implications of that rule and we end up squinting a little bit and thinking, like, intuitively, well, I mean, like, if they're 17 months and like 11 or 17 years and 11 months, like, is it like really that bad? But here it's like we can recognize that overall the word gives us, or like the rule gives us, a lot of utility and a lot of help, even if sometimes it ends up leading us to morally admonish certain behavior that doesn't end up making as much sense. But it makes sense because otherwise the rule kind of falls apart and doesn't have any utility.
I don't disagree with that, but I don't see what that has to do with thinking of people while jerking off to them.
So here, this would be like the equivalent, because I would stand by it. But as far as like the intuitive reaction that people are having, because I understand people are looking at me and being like, what the fuck, Riley? But the reason why is because it's similar to people feeling like, oh, well, they were both like 17 and 11 months, right? Like, it's the same intuitive, like, you know,
I don't think those are even remotely comparable.
I think that those, like, no, I would think that those are very comparable in terms of how people perceive them, right? Like, there's lots of people who have sex in high school. Normally we would look at them and a lot of people would be like, wait a second, right? Like, they're high schoolers, they're like exploring their sexuality. If they're having sex with each other, it's fine. But I would say the age of consent is still good and we ought to still use it, because otherwise we have to draw these lines arbitrarily. We have to draw this line somewhere in society. It might not always lead to like the most perfect explanations, but this is the one that gives us the most utility.
Right, no, I agree about that with the age of consent.
Right.
I don't know what that has to do with thinking about
like,
a person while you jerk off to them. The reason we value the age of consent, even though it is by definition an arbitrary line we've drawn, you're right, there's not really a distinction between being 1 second before 18 and being 18, of course, but we still maintain the law, is because the thing we're preventing, which is the rape of children, is valuable. I need the value explained to me on why it's wrong to masturbate while thinking of a person. Like, what are we defending? What am I fighting for?
So there we're defending, yeah, so there we're defending someone's categorical right to consent. That's what we're defending there.
I don't think their consent is relevant. They're not being invoked in anywhere but my thoughts. I'm not using their neurons. It's my neurons.
But we would still say that, but for them existing, you wouldn't be able to even picture what they look like. Like you cannot even do that without them existing. So I would say that in that extent, and I know that people are going to look at this and be like, well, Riley, this is like a really obscure example. But I would say in that sense that you are still using them similarly if you were using like a picture taken without someone's consent.
I think those are very different things. When you take a picture of a person, first of all, you're discussing proximity. Second of all, you're talking about creating a physical or digital record of a person. Third of all, we do take pictures without people's consent all the time. If you're just wandering around your workplace sort of taking photos, or your house, and you snap a picture of your family member or whatever, there are contextual modifiers here. It's not just the security cameras. I don't know every security camera that I've ever walked in front of, certainly. The context we're talking about here is taking a photo with sexual intent. And for me, it really depends on how you take it, right? Now, if you're, like, sneaking up on them to get, like, a little candid shot and you jerk off to that, I think the taking the picture bit is weird, like Doe said, but the jerking off bit seems to me like the non-issue. I mean, if you took that picture but didn't jerk off to it, I still think that would be weird. The picture seems to be the problem there.
I would disagree, because we can imagine, so Doe agreed to this, or I was talking about this with someone, it may have been with Doe. We can imagine when someone is in public, right, where we would probably say that it's fine to be able to take pictures of them, right? They don't have that same entitlement to privacy, and maybe they weren't even acting in a sexual way. But let's say that you take a photo of someone and you end up uploading it to a website where it's just, like, the whole point of that website is to masturbate to pictures of women taken without their knowledge.
Yeah,
right?
You're talking about creep shots. But that does involve taking the picture, which is the element that I take issue with. If you're thinking of, like, creep thoughts,
so how is that an issue?
Because you're creating a public archive of real people. You're uploading photos of them. I'm sorry, do you not see the difference? You're uploading photos.
I just want to know what the issue with that is, because it seems like we
There's no difference between a thought and a photograph.
already live in a society where we've conceded that is just basically a normal part of society.
To upload photos to jerk-off sites?
No, to upload photos online generally.
Online generally, sure. So, like, the taking a photo in a way which broaches a person's personal space would be a way in which you can do it. It's bad. And what you do with that photo after you've taken it can be bad. But you can take a photo of a person in a way that's creepy with no sexual intent whatsoever. I mean, you can try it. Go to a restaurant, sit in one of the stalls, and then creepily snap a photo of the person in the stall over. You do not have to jerk off to that photo for you to feel like a weirdo doing it. So in this case, I think it's just...
Let me ask you about a different scenario then.
What you're talking about here is violating social norms concerning photographing others, which are complicated. And I don't know if I have a consistent understanding, because you could throw a million examples. But we're not talking about jerking off to the thought of a person. I just don't understand what the issue with it is. Who's being hurt?
Well, the issue, hold on, there's an issue of consent here. So we can use another example. Let's say that we have an Instagram model. They do not do any porn or any sex-based work, all right? But they upload their own pictures of their body online. And a lot of people end up jerking off to that person, even though they do not provide their consent, even though they do not give consent to be able to do that. Now, do you think that there's any difference between using that person's image versus using the images uploaded by someone who is a professional, like someone who is paid to create pornography? Do you think there's a difference between those two things?
One of them is probably going to be way hotter. If you're asking me morally if there's anything wrong to jerking off to the Insta model, my answer is no. I think that you could jerk off to either and be as morally absolved. Fucking game crashed. And could be as morally in the clear in both cases. 1 second, let me force quit this before my computer explodes. Holy shit. Fucking
all right.
Game.
Then let's take that. All right. So I would disagree with that, but in order to get at that, we have to go with other examples. So let's say that we have someone who's not an Instagram model. Let's say that we have someone online who is
he seems a lot more like patient and willing to appease Vaush in this conversation. Almost like she felt like she could just bully Doe around, like Doe is beneath her.
Just like your average
Like
family
Facebook.
member.
People used to jerk off to Facebook swimsuit photos all the time. Like, you know, that was like a whole thing. Now boomers use Facebook, but back when it was novel, people would be like, "Oh, I saw her, you know, her swimsuit photos, and I jerked off to it." That's you know, not even swimsuit photos. Sometimes they'll just see like a cute girl or whatever. Now, I never engage in this behavior. I know that you can type boobies into Google, and some show up, but some other people haven't learned that yet. So.
Right. Well, we can imagine that, like, if you go on Facebook, all right, let's take the same scenario, except instead of the Instagram model, you just have, like, let's say that you have a person and they work with someone who they are also friends with on Facebook. They have a crush on that person. And then, as a consequence of that crush, they end up masturbating to pictures of that person on social media. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say that after this person does this for so many number of times, they end up going and telling the person who they masturbated to the images to that they had been masturbating to them.
Mm-hmm.
Can we reasonably imagine why the person who had been masturbated to would feel uncomfortable being told this information?
Yeah, because you told them. That's the rookie mistake.
Wait, no, that's not. It's not
It's
the
literally
issue,
sexual
though, right?
harassment.
Like,
It
why
absolutely
would
is
they-
the issue there. Yeah, you should have kept your fucking mouth shut. You'd be fine.
So it's fine to be able to engage in behavior if they just never find out.
If it doesn't involve them in their consent or bodily autonomy at all, yeah, they're not there.
So you think this thing isn't bad, but what if somebody also did sexual harassment on top of it? Now is it bad?
You're just thinking of them. I don't need their permission to think about them while jerking off to them. There are plenty of things I could do that are fine that they might be uncomfortable if I told them. If I like jerking off while looking at pornography is fine. At least it doesn't violate consent, you know. But if I went up to them and said, "Hey, last night I jerked off to pornography," they would also think that's pretty creepy that I told them, right? Past that, I mean,
Right. But now we're at a problem of just defining, like, what counts as involving someone.
certainly not that.
All right, but what can you tell me, like, where is the threshold for involving someone? That is the issue.
Well, I think at the very least they should be there.
Do
I
you
mean,
think that
there
it's
should be some
possible to
kind of
able to have a
contact.
sex- Wait, there has to be physical contact?
No, like any kind of contact. You could be on the phone. I mean, literally anything. But like, we're talking about zero contact. You're just thinking of them. There's nothing unless you believe in some kind of magical. The Japanese think you sneeze if you're talked about. You know, like something like that. But
Right.
anything
Well,
past
you
that,
could
there's
imagine people
no harm.
who are able to engage in sex acts alone, right?
Yeah, it's been known to happen.
So in that case, contact actually does not matter. It actually doesn't matter.
Not for committing a sex act.
They weren't talking about the definition of a sex act there. They were talking about what it means to be involved in a sex act. RGR is just forgetting the topic.
But for committing a sex act with a person, then yeah, some kind of affiliation of any kind would be necessary.
Okay, so here we have to figure out, like, where's the threshold for involving someone else?
I'm sure philosophers have lived and died discussing this. I'm uninterested. It does not involve merely thinking about a person.
No,
Wherever the
it
line
does,
is,
because
it's
it
no.
goes to
Wherever
the
the
issue
line
of the
is, it's
conversation.
past that. I don't want to have a conversation about what exact level of contact. We're talking about thinking about a person here. This doesn't even count. Wherever the
No.
conversation starts, it's not here.
All right, well, let me explain why it's relevant then. Because the reason why it's relevant to determine at what point involving someone else in a sexual act, or at what point we can say that you're involving someone else in a sexual act, the reason why it's important to be able to define that for purposes of this discussion is because in the original discussion, in the original tweet that we were talking about, where Doe said that I had called them a pedophile, which I didn't, what I specifically said was, I said that they were either intentionally making an argument that pedophiles would make, or they had negligently made one, that they weren't aware of the implications, but that they negligently made one.
Were people in your audience calling it a pedophile?
Were people in my? I mean, like, I think at the point, so the answer to that, truthfully, is probably at the point where they agreed that they would affirm the ability for people to be able to orgasm in front of children.
I'm pretty sure it was taking place well before that. Now I'm not gonna go internet sleuthing, but see, this is one of those semantic differences that it's what is it? Distinction without a difference.
That's what I said.
In the context of the conversation you all were having, and by the way, I agree with Doe on almost everything we talked about. So whatever you say about it, you'll have to say about me too, I'm afraid. In the context of the conversation, it's pretty clear where your condemnations are rooted and what they lead to. Now, semantically, can we prove that you specifically use that language? Doe, you are a pedophile. Now, maybe there's some evidence somewhere, but I don't know of it. But in terms of the effect this has on Doe, I think it's well within its rights to say that you did so, because the language you've used feels, at least to us, like the lawyer version of saying that. You've constructed the is but isn't, the not really a dog whistle, but you found a way to say it without saying it. And as Doe pointed out, your audience vibed with that. So
But the reason, all right, well, can I justify this then?
Sure, but the initial Twitter take, which was just going barefoot in front of a partner, because they have a foot fetish and in public, like this to you was what warranted saying an inadvertent defense of pedophilia? I don't think those are the arguments pedophiles make. I've seen the crazy internet YouTube exposés of like Discord moderators whose lives have been ruined because they, got caught harassing teens or whatever. This usually isn't the argumentation they engage in. So, Shu hates pedophiles. Shu on Head is a voracious anti-pedophile hound, and even Shu here did not find Doe's arguments sussy-wussy. I just don't think it's appropriate.
I'm sorry, one moment. Something's
extremely rare. Shu W.
Just one moment.
No worries.
Extremely rare.
You talked about my girlfriend. She really would like to come on. She said, it seems urgent.
It's
Do you
urgent.
mind if I bring it on?
What? I would like to know what it's for.
Oh my God, Sam Cedar.
This is already extended a little bit past. I mean, we obviously have some severe disagreements here. I just feel like the terminology that you employed just destroyed a chance at a good conversation. I feel like most of what I said stands for itself. Just in what needs to be said.
The reason why is because she's been, and she feels the same way. I'm just reading messages, right? I've been strawmanned and harassed because of this, and I'd like to defend myself.
This platform is not for your exonerations. I'm covering this drama. If this has anything to do with any context beyond the one tweet of hers that I looked at, then it's beyond the scope of what I'm doing here. You have your own stream. I've seen you with more than 1,000 viewers for a good portion of the day. At any point, your girlfriend could come on, I'm sure, and correct the record.
All right. Then I'd like to go back to the specific tweet, and I'd like to be able to defend what I was saying about it, because I think that what I was saying was defensible. Now, when we're talking about, I just want to start with the plain meaning. I just want to talk about the plain meaning of what Doe was implying.
Mm-hmm.
You'd agree with me that Doe agreed that the implication of their tweet was to justify being able to orgasm in front of children, right?
No, I think that's remarkably uncharitable.
You know, Vaush, they literally agreed to that verbatim.
That's fine. I don't think that's a summary of their argument. I think they were making the argument that there were... by the way. I think that their argument was that there are types of sexual acts that you can engage in fairly in public, which you and I agree with, making out with people. That's fine. And
Vaush, you're not addressing the argument though.
if the orgasm is the critical distinction here, then if there are people with fine-tuned genitalia who can come from kissing, a miracle, I know, some exist.
But this isn't kissing. This is appealing to a foot fetish.
Kissing
right?
is absolutely
ultimately they
a
agreed
sexually...
that they justified getting someone off to their foot fetish to the point of orgasm in front of children. They justified that.
Now, what does that mean to you when you say that?
What do you mean, what does that mean to me? They justify being able to bring someone to orgasm with their foot fetish in front of children.
You mean like they just see your bare feet and they come from it?
Well, that was specifically the language that they used in their tweet.
Right, well...
They said that their partner likes feet, and I asked them about what that means. I asked, did you mean that this was a foot fetish? I asked it. All right, we can have another conversation about gender. I'll use it right now, but this is... You also have to have a conversation about gender. So,
thank you.
When we're in this kind of a situation, said that it agrees to the idea that that was specifically talking about a foot fetish, right? Mm-hmm. It agreed to that. Okay? Mm-hmm. And it agreed to the idea that the partner was primarily trying to get its partner off on the basis of that foot fetish in front of kids.
I don't know if, with the original tweets, I don't know if they specified in those tweets the like orgasm, like getting off can mean a lot of things.
That's why I asked it. I asked Doe more questions about what exactly it meant, and it said that that's what it meant.
Gotcha.
Or it agreed with that characterization. All right. So I asked further clarifying questions because that's what I thought it meant, and it agreed with that assessment.
I think Doe earlier said that's not the case, but we can work. Let's work with the most extreme possible example. I mean, Doe said in my chat that's not the case, but had I only a better memory. And chat, if you have the full list of tweets, you're free to bring them up. But anyway. With regards to the specifics here, okay, fine. Making out with a person. Say a person has a hair trigger. You make out with them in public, they come from it. Now, making out with a person is undeniably a sexually gratifying act. In fact, unlike foot fetishes, it's an almost universally sexually gratifying act. For me, if I saw a bare foot,
we're not talking about that.
If I saw,
we're talking about what it said. This isn't what it said. All right.
I'm talking with you
is whether
about
or not what I said was justifiable. And we're going off of what it said.
Right, and I'm talking with you right now about an instance where an act of public sexual gratification leads to an orgasm, which I think is exactly what you are referring to. I mean, I think these are
we're
identical.
Talking about whether that's not identical.
How is it not identical?
Because in the second scenario, you're talking about doing something where you're not doing something primarily to sexually gratify.
No, you are making out primarily to sexually, at least for me, when I make out with a person, the main reason I'm doing it is usually because we're horny. That is definitely not just like 51%. That's like overwhelmingly the reason that I am doing that. So this is a primarily sexual act.
Oh, that sucks.
So
designed for gratification.
So you're saying that you're making out with someone primarily in order to orgasm, and then you come to orgasm in front of children.
No, in order to elicit arousal, and if they, in that arousal, nut in their pants, and it's in like a park or something. This is what I mean, by the way. Wait, hold on. This is what I mean, by the way, about... Wait, this is what I mean about the bad faith. The language that you elicit really does come off like you're just looking for clips. In front of children, in front of children. Wait, stop.
The implication of
Riley, nobody here, least of all me, would back off of a take.
The Demon Mama conversation was like that too.
I am fully aware of what I'm saying. I have at no point indicated that that's not the case. No, I've kept saying, you're in a park, you're in public, kids could be there. I've said this so many times, but every time you insist in front of the children, you're very clear you want to get that into, what, a 30 or 60-second snapshot of the conversation,
I'm not trying to get a clip.
It comes off that way. We all know what we're talking about. So stop
trying to explain
with
my take,
the semantic runabout. Let's just...
This isn't semantics. This has to do with the specifics of this case.
So I ask you, you make out with them. You're in a public park. There are people of all ages there. The person with whom you are making out has a hair trigger, and they come from making out with you. What a gift they have. Do you think this is...
That.
I'm sorry?
I would distinguish that. I would say that in that case, you're not trying to get them to orgasm in that sense. They have a hair trigger. They come accidentally.
Anyone who comes from looking at their partner's bare feet also has a hair trigger.
That's not a hair trigger. You're appealing to specifically a foot fetish.
Yeah, and...
There's a big difference between that.
Wait, okay.
Be both things.
So, yes. If you have a foot fetish and you can come simply from looking at feet, you have a hair trigger in addition to having a foot fetish. But
no,
everyone,
that's not what was talked about.
Almost everyone at least, likes making out.
That was not what was in the original tweet, though.
We're not... The
that's
tweet...
What we're talking about.
Tweet... What did the tweet specifically say orgasm? Because anything short of that, we're operating off of inferences and reinterpretations, okay?
No, I was able to specifically ask, though.
What do you mean you were able to specifically ask? You just said you're talking about the tweet. Which one are you talking about?
What it meant, and they agreed with my assessment that we're talking about a foot fetish and that you could justify bringing someone to orgasm in front of children.
Yeah, if they do it just by looking at people's bare feet, that would be a hair trigger. Here, the tweet was this.
No, but it's not just that. All right? It's not just that. We're talking about someone doing something primarily in order to appeal to that specific sexual desire.
So is
He
this.
already
making
accepted
out
those
is
terms.
when I make out with someone, I am doing it to specifically appeal to their sexual desire of being.
But you're not doing it specifically to get them off.
No, if you walk in by get them off, you mean orgasm.
Yeah.
Okay. The anybody who could come just from seeing feet, like out there, is as much of a hair trigger as a person who could come simply from making out.
Look at this tweet, all right? What they agreed with me, all right? So this isn't an extrapolation.
If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not involving children in a sexual act. This doesn't even use the term getting off.
I asked them, hold on. Some people like feet. That's obviously referring to a foot fetish. I asked, though, if that's referring to a foot fetish. They agreed. Okay? So that's step one. And if you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, because your partner has a foot fetish, you're appealing to that foot fetish, we're talking about a sexual act.
Yeah, but we're not
you
talking about
loading so much into it.
You are doing something because you know it's specifically appealing to
you
your
are
partners.
all over the place. This tweet does not
I'm not
even
all over the
suggest orgasm. Some people
This
like
is- no,
feet.
this
If you
is
go
talking about
Riley,
Riley,
she was just
Riley,
talking about
Riley.
the tweet.
Some people like feet. If you go shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet, you're not involving children in a sexual act. I've watched your debate with it twice, and in neither case was I under the impression that Doe seeded the idea that this tweet implied orgasm. Doe went on to discuss further hypotheticals with you. I do not recall that. Now, do I have a good memory? I absolutely do not. But I do not have any memory of that taking place. If we're going to talk about anything specific, it is why you thought this tweet justified saying that Doe was promoting pedophilic arguments intentionally or unintentionally. This tweet right here is unassailable. It is bulletproof. You could armor Iraqi soldiers with it, and they would be that you could drop a Moab on them, and they would live.
I absolutely disagree.
There's nothing wrong with the tweet.
So let's remove the orgasm. You think that you're involving children in a sexual act by going to a place barefoot with your partner and choosing to be barefoot because you know your partner likes your feet, like they have a foot fetish.
Now, hold on, pause.
That is a yes or no question, right?
All right, then the answer is no, and I'll explain it.
Really? Okay.
Because in there, specifically with the last part, involving children in a sexual act, I would say that you're causing harm by engaging in incredibly risky behavior.
What is risky?
Right? When you're engaging in something which has a very high likelihood of causing someone else harm. So you are either directly involving someone else in a sexual act, or you risk doing so.
By walking around barefoot. That's a risky act?
It's not by walking around barefoot. It's by walking around barefoot specifically because you know that it gets your partner off by virtue of their foot fetish.
So how is this different from making out with your partner in public? See, now we've removed
Because-
orgasm from the table. We're just making out. So to be clear, I'm talking about a full-on steamy makeout sesh. None of this high school... Actually, high schoolers make out harder than anyone, I guess, like, because it's the first time you've done it, right? At least I'm better at it now. But I'm talking, let's say, fucking slobbering makeout, bleh, you know, you're just insanely into it. This is absolutely for sexual gratification for you both. Now, is this a bit tasteless? Sure. I would argue it can be a bit tasteless in public. That PDA, that's a lot. But is it involving children in a sexual act if there are children in the vicinity? If you're in a park, if you're in an airport, is it involving them in a sexual act?
Yeah, the risk involves becoming hold on, so we need to go through this. So not all kissing is a sexual act.
I'm
right?
specifying. We've already moved through
Right,
this.
I understand that. I'm building up to that. So in this kind of a situation, what we're talking about is effectively crossing a threshold from where you are not engaging in what we would call a sexual act, because that's not your primary intention in making out, but somewhere along the ways that shifts, and now you are. All right?
Yeah, you're
and
making
there,
out.
I would say that you are engaging in a sexual act.
By
right?
making out.
Perfect.
Yeah, okay, so,
But it's
so yes.
not just making out. You've
Mhm.
conceded that, like, no, you've crossed a threshold where now you're doing it primarily for sexual
Yes,
gratification.
I didn't concede it. That was my opening statement. And yes,
Right.
you're doing
So it's
all of
not-
that.
So it's not just, so let's be clear, like, it's not be like reductive. It's not just making out. Like, we're talking about something very specific here.
Are you paid by the hour before even finishing law school? This is extraordinary. Yes.
I'm not, what are you talking about? I'm just responding to your
He's
argument. I'm
accepted the
engaging with
terms
what you
like
said.
100 times.
Okay, well, you're repeating what I've said. Yes, it is a sex act. I would agree. You're making out hot and heavy. It is a sex act. Do you think it's
All right.
do you think it's involving adjacent children in the sex act? Do you think that you're without their consent, violating?
I think that you run a heavy risk of involving them if you do it publicly, or if you do not recluse yourself to a private vicinity in order to be able to continue doing that. Like, that's the reason we tell people, hey, get a room, you know? Because at some point we realize, yeah, like, there's probably a threshold that you cross where you ought go somewhere private.
Okay.
This is not an extreme take.
So
And I think so, like, if you want me, I can give you another analogy for what
no,
I'm
I know.
concerned
I have a follow-up question, then we can entertain this analogy. So you're telling me that if a person on Twitter was like, yeah, I don't care, I'll make out with my husband when I see him, I don't give a fuck where I am, you would, like, quote tweet that person and say, you're unintentionally or intentionally justifying pedophilia
No.
with these arguments. No, wait, hold on.
No,
We have established every single equivalence. We are talking about a sexually gratifying act done primarily for sexual gratification, a sex act,
No.
which we are doing in public. It is 100% equivalent. We have annihilated the orgasm.
Not.
It is not relevant to this specific example because it wasn't in the tweets. The behavior, I am reduced to assuming that you just have a hatred for foot fetishes, which,
He's such
by
a
the way,
bad
same.
lawyer, dude.
And
No,
your bias is from that, or it has something to do with Doe.
Wait,
Because
I don't
these are
have bias.
equivalent.
I'm engaging with what you're saying. You asked me a question.
Explain to me what the difference is between the makeout that I just described and the foot fetish example illustrated in Doe's tweet, where it said you are merely going footless while outside with a foot fetishist partner. No orgasms involved, no getting off. 2 sex acts done in public. Why is one of them shoeless, not footless? Why is one of them justifying pedophilia and the other isn't?
So wait, hold on. So is the example of the tweet that you sent out, are we not talking about that? Because I can distinguish why that's not something like the other examples that we're talking about. In that instance, you did not specify that, like, oh, the reason that they're doing that, the reason that they're going to go kiss their husband is in order to specifically appeal to some kind of sexual desire.
I did say that. I did say you are making out with
was the
somebody
first thing
because
he
it
said.
is sexually gratifying. You are
No,
going
we're-
up to
you're-
them. You can even
you're
announce it
talking about two
beforehand.
different
I am going
scenarios.
to make out with you because it is hot and sloppy, and then you do so.
You can be able to make out with someone for multiple reasons.
No,
Now,
I
in
no.
that
Wait,
case-
wait, Riley. You need A four
It
Based
has
on
to be
what you
deliberately
said-
misinterpreted.
What I
you
said
what I would
specifically
induce
controlled.
is that that's not talking about a sexual act. Based on what you said,
No, you said it was.
epistemically, based on the tweet, we're talking about all right. There's two different scenarios that you're
No,
talking about.
Riley. My example of making out in public was
Where's the
one
key
which
card?
you described to be a risky sex act, and likewise with Doe's tweet. So I ask you to distinguish between them. Please don't say, well, not all kissing is sexual, because that's already accounted for in the example that I've proceeded with.
No, I mean, hold on, but that is so. Otherwise, so we can go through this. So in the situation specifically, like what you described, and I want to make sure because I feel like this was the implication of what you just said. I feel like you're about to turn around and say, oh well, just because Riley says that these two things are analogous, because right now I'm inclined to believe that they are. That you're going to say that all kissing in public is therefore endorsing pedophilia, which is not my argument.
No.
I would say that in the scenario like what you described, specifically the way that you were engaging,
never
where you're
said that.
engaging primarily in order to get each other off, if you're doing that in front of children, it looks a little sus. Yeah.
Okay, so would you say that a person who defends that, the sloppy makeout sessions in public, whether it be in an airport or a public park or wherever else, would you say those people are intentionally or unintentionally enabling pedophilia with their arguments? As you did with Doe.
I would say that if you're trying to defend being able to get off your partner sexually in front of children, in whatever way that is, then that would be a little sus.
Doe's tweet did not say get off.
They agreed.
No, we are you said what you said. Wait,
that that's what the meaning
Riley,
was.
Riley,
I asked it.
Riley, it
about
has
what it
been
meant,
in my
and
chat
it agreed
saying
to
that
me.
is not the case. I don't believe you. Now, either way,
There's
you
a
wait,
bottom.
Riley, I haven't muted yet, and I don't want to. You called Doe what you called Doe before this conversation. So based only on the content of the tweet, you must answer me. What is the difference between a person defending sloppy makeout sessions in public and what Doe tweeted, which did not involve getting off, did not involve orgasm, said only going barefoot around your foot fetishist partner to turn them on? As one does. When I make out with somebody, I am turned on. When somebody leans in to make out with me, they do it to turn me on because it's a makeout session.
No, so the problem with the way that you are asking this question is that it's presupposing that the tweet in question.
There's like another conservative lawyer that I talk to sometimes, and when I argue with them, I also get the impression that they're like just really bad at following a conversation, or just deliberately bad faith. Just not giving me a good impression of lawyers.
Question doesn't have the meaning that that is reasonably surmisable and that Doe eventually confirmed. All right.
There's nothing in that tweet that says getting off at all. Nothing in there even infers, implies,
that's what the implication is.
How?
And that's why
According to
I
who?
asked Doe about the implication, and they agreed to me.
It didn't. It has been in my chat saying it didn't.
Did.
And by the way, I don't remember it doing so either. I only remember it entertaining the hypothetical after feeling that they had
multiple times. I asked it very clearly.
I want
if
Riley.
On the...
I am not interested in arguing with you against a person's interpretation when they're in my chat to argue against it. I am only interested in talking about the tweet and reasonable inferences from it, and nothing in this tweet. So,
as Vaush said, and RGR ignored because she doesn't listen to anybody ever. RGR called Doe what she did before the conversation, so the conversation is irrelevant. She could just defend her statements without having to get into that.
Tweet even remotely suggests orgasm. Going shoeless to a public event because your partner likes feet? Where does this imply orgasm?
I think, hold on, someone just sent me the actual clip. If you want, we can watch it together.
Sure, but it doesn't matter. I want to know why you responded to Doe with regards to this tweet.
No,
where in this tweet
it does matter,
suggested?
because this is Doe clarifying the exact meaning of it.
I want you to explain to me where in this tweet...
I have the clip. We can go over it right now.
We will go over it shortly, but I want you to tell me, without any further context, does this tweet in and of itself suggest to you orgasm is involved?
This tweet leads to a reasonable implication that it is.
I think that is either insane or dishonest, and I have to
I
leave
don't think it is,
to my
considering
audience
that
to decide.
it literally agreed to that interpretation.
How long after? What was this? June 30th, 2021. Did you peer into the future? Do you have a crystal ball?
No, we have to make reasonable summations about what the meaning of these
How
words
is it
are.
reasonable?
Because it's talking about a foot fetish.
What is,
Anyone who
you can
says
have a
someone
foot
who
fetish
likes
without
feet-
coming in your pants. I have never known a person with a foot fetish who came in their pants because a person near them was barefoot. That's some high-level
Clearly, it
stuff.
was reasonable since it agreed.
It's like, yeah, that's so obscure that it's like conservatives just inventing imaginary things to get mad about. There is no reason to think that would follow from that tweet.
To that description of it.
Hold on. So those here, hold on. And again, by the way, I don't think it did. But even if it did, that doesn't make you post hoc right. We are not a results-based analysis lover over here. If you are wrong then
I think
and
it's good
accidentally
evidence.
proven right in the future.
Hold on. No, I think it's good evidence that I had a pretty good idea about what was being talked about.
Hold on.
If that's the implication in the tweet, RGR could simply point at the tweet and explain, without any other context, how that's the implication. She refuses to do that, which shows that she is being dishonest here.
So Doe says
perhaps dishonest with herself, but still.
In the chat right now, I didn't, quote, clarify the meaning of the tweet, end quote. I continued in another example that orgasming in public can be okay sometimes. That is not what the tweet means, Vaush. So Doe is saying right now that this tweet does not contain any inference to orgasm, which I don't read in it either. As an orgasm lover, I'm not seeing it here. I want to and I can't.
I would disagree. Some people like
can't.
If you go to, all right, hold on, because we need to make sure that we're putting this tweet into context.
Show me
what
the
we're
clip.
talking about within the context of this thread is specifically sex. All right,
show me
that
the
was
clip.
what we were talking about in the context of this tweet thread.
Sex acts include making out. Have you ever come from making out?
What? No, but this is.
Wait, hold on. But making out. But making out could be a sex act, right?
Context, all right.
But making out can be a sex act, can't it?
The initial tweet was talking specifically in the context of an entire thread about sex act.
Yes, like making out can be, as you agreed with me. But I've never come from a makeout session.
It can be if you are trying to do it in order to orgasm.
Wait, you think making out is only a sex act if you do it in an effort to orgasm?
Yeah, you can be able to make out for romantic reasons. You can make out for, like, I've made out with my girlfriend for just romantic reasons. You don't have to do it.
Wait, hold on. This is like a basic logical error. I'm not saying all forms of making out are sex acts, but like, so what about slapping a person's ass? If that doesn't make them orgasm, does that not make it sex? What is your definition of a sex act?
No, there'd be other problems with that. All right, hold on. You know that there would be other problems with that kind of an example.
With your partner.
What, with your partner? Well,
yeah, you slap your partner's ass in public.
There would be like a bodily autonomy issue.
No, it's your partner. They're fine with it. It's your partner.
If it's your partner, then it's just nothing. I mean, if they've already consented, then but the only issue there would be a bodily autonomy one.
Well, okay, so say they're fine with it. What about squeezing their tits in public?
What about squeezing their?
I've never been with a girl.
One. I mean, like, I don't know that if you.
Is that a sex act?
Not if you're trying to. Not if you're not doing it in order to get them off.
Oh, okay. So.
I mean, it would be another issue. It would be a bodily autonomy issue.
So no, there's no bodily. In this assumption, they're my partner. They're fine with this. So you're saying that I could grope my girlfriend's tits in public, but it's not a sex act because I know that my girlfriend can't come from it on its own.
No, so this is a difference between, again, ontology and epistemology.
No, it's a difference between a sensible understanding of sex acts and a nonsensible one.
No, I'm gonna explain.
Is caging a dick in like one of those chastity cages a sex act? That goal of that thing is to do the opposite of get you off. That does the opposite.
All right, boss, no, you need to stop and listen to me, and I will explain why you cannot do that.
Give me the clip with Doe. Please give me the clip with Doe. Okay, I know this conversation will continue forever.
Well, I need to explain, All right, you asked
There's
me a
always
question.
an
I'm going
explanation.
to
Give me the
explain-
clip. I'll watch
What?
it with
What
stream.
do you
You
mean
can
there's always an
explain.
explanation? I can explain to you. You asked me a question. I can give you an answer. Can I please
Which
give you the
question
answer?
did I ask you?
You asked me why you wouldn't be able to, or why you would be able to grope your partner's breasts in public. I would say that you would not be able to.
Is it a sex act? To grope?
I would say it is not a sex act, but because we're looking primarily at intent, when we surmise what a sex act is, then any reasonable person would look at that and still say that we ought not allow that kind of behavior in public.
Why?
This is also the reason why, even though you
why?
may have the situation with the good faith wearer of like a gimp suit, we could imagine where you have instances where like someone wears a gimp suit just because they like the feel of it or whatever. You would still say that you aren't allowed to do that around people because the primary intention of wearing that thing, of doing that thing, is for sexual purposes, right? Like in the situation you described,
Like
even if you're not like trying
grabbing
to,
your
even if you're not
girlfriend's
appealing
tits.
to a partner's sexual desire, most people would look at that kind of behavior and understand that's usually what people are doing. So since we are looking at intent, that's the best we have to do
Riley,
in this kind
this
of
is
situation.
wildly inconsistent for...
This is absolutely not
this
inconsistent.
No, it absolutely is. So first of all,
Then explain
earlier
why.
you agreed to my definition
Oh,
of a
is
sex
that-
act, which just meant behavior adjacent to sexual interest or desire.
No, I didn't
Wait,
agree to it. I
So,
acknowledged.
so a sex
No, I
act for
didn't
you.
agree
So
to
hold
it,
on, wait,
Vaush.
Riley, wait, no, because Riley, you have a shovel and there's still dirt beneath you. You will never stop. So we
No,
can't
you
we
need to
can't
just
we
explain-
could be here
explain
until
how
3 a.m.
inconsistent
my
then.
time. We could be here forever. Give me the clip from Doe. You could have linked it in the Discord by now. Explain to me, please, while linking it. Do both. Explain to me
Here's the link.
why the definition of a sex act should only contain things which are meant to achieve orgasm. You said that it has to be towards getting off.
Well, the reason. All right, so hold on. So usually getting off is the inference. All right. But I would say when you are primarily appealing to sexual desires or interests, that naturally entails trying to get off. When that is the
No.
primary thing you are trying to do, then that is the implication of that action.
Absolutely not. Something can be a sex act without it being about trying to bring a person to orgasm. What about people
Then
who like having
give
their
me
face
that
pissed
then-
on? You can't come from that, can you? But it's
Sure, but
absolutely
we
a
would-
sex act.
But we need to be able to acknowledge
Just
that there are
wasting
sex acts where someone is not coming to orgasm. Otherwise, we end up in situations where, for example, if you have someone who rapes a person, but they are impotent, they are unable to come to orgasm, we want to still be able to call that a sex act. We
Yeah,
want to be
I
able to
agree.
still
I don't
call
think
that
orgasm has anything to do with a sex act. I think it's...
rape. And I would agree.
Okay. So if you're making out with a person real hot and heavy, do you think that's a sex act? If the goal for the makeout session is to sexually arouse both people?
I think that if the natural implication of that is arousing them enough to eventually bring them to orgasm, then yeah.
Like they're both... You just said orgasm wasn't the necessary...
Sorry. Yeah, all right. Then let me... All right. so
No,
let
you
me-
just did that accidentally. You're correcting yourself live. We could do this for another 5 hours. You've done this
No,
multiple times
stop.
before.
No, I'm not
you
correcting
just
myself.
did that
I'm-
live. You were like,
No,
wait,
because
oh, hold on.
I'm distinguishing kissing generally, all right, from kissing in the way that you are describing.
Nobody
All
is
right? I would
talking
say
about
that
kissing generally. Hot and heavy
all right, I'm
makeout.
saying
You're
that
wrapping your
kissing
arms around him.
generally, when you're doing it for romantic purposes, is not a sexual act.
Yeah, we're nobody's talking about that. Hot and heavy making out, arms wrapped
and in
around
that
both
case,
sides.
I would call it whenever you move to wherever you are primarily focusing on sexual gratification, all right, or sexual desires, or the satisfaction of sexual desires.
Sexual
I would
desire,
call
that's
that a-
different from getting off. Like my sexual desire is elicited when I see cleavage. But that's not, I mean, women wear that shit
Well,
to
then
work.
how about this? All right, then maybe this will help. Can we draw a distinction between sexual kissing and romantic kissing?
We wouldn't need to, because all I've ever been talking about is sexual kissing, and for some reason, for 80 times now, you felt the need to distinguish between that and the thing we're not talking about, which is
I feel
non-sexual
like it's
kissing.
been more than half an hour.
We don't
Wait,
need
what?
to, because
Just
the
that.
distinction, there's not just a
No,
line
then in
between
that
these
case,
two.
if you are
We have
engaging in
drawn a
explicitly
canyon
sexual
between these two
kissing,
things.
Then yeah, I would say that you should not do that in public.
Okay,
I would say that you can do romantic kissing. In
hot and
public.
heavy making out, like sex, yeah, like sexy kissing.
Yeah, like you should.
moi.
I would say that you should not do sexual kissing in public. I would say find a room. That's what the conventional wisdom is.
Sure.
And
Okay.
by the way, relating this back to the original tweet, this is a big skip away from where we started, which is saying that you should be able to get your partner off.
That was wait. Why would you say? Why would you say the tweet and then say a thing that wasn't in the tweet?
Because that was the implication of it. And
I
we can
want.
watch
I
the
want.
clip if
A,
you want.
I
I
want
just
the
sent you
difference.
clip.
Riley.
I just sent you the
Riley,
clip. We can watch it.
I want. Yes,
So
I'll
Doe
read it in just a second.
clarifies
But
what
just
it said.
that's right. So even if Doe said that that was what they meant in that, or what it meant in that tweet, it is irrelevant to the fact that the tweet itself, in the context already provided, was something that you felt elicited accusations of pedophilia
She's just not listening to him.
defense. And I
No,
want you.
no.
Wait. Yes, the
I would
tweet was all
absolutely
you
disagree
had.
with that. No, I think that any reasonable person can look at that and come away with the meaning of, oh yeah, this is talking about a foot fetish.
Yes,
Citation
Alright.
needed.
yes, but not orgasm.
If you're talking about someone specifically trying to appeal, like, it's not just a foot fetish.
Riley,
Hold on, stop,
Riley,
stop, stop. It's not
honest
just-
question. Do you know how sex works?
What? Yeah,
You
yes.
can
Hold on, why are you
satiate
ad-bombing at me? No,
you
no,
can
stop.
satiate a
It's
not an
fetish
ad-bomb.
without it being
No.
driven to fulfill an orgasm.
No, that's
I'm
a
almost
alright,
concerned
stop.
for you.
You know what the meaning of reasonable is?
No,
Alright?
stop.
No, stop
No,
acting-
stop.
no,
Wait.
I feel like-
Do you recognize
Stop giving me-
that a
Vaush,
sex?
I'm
Do you
trying my best
recognize?
to treat you
that-
in good faith?
Do you
I'm
recognize
trying
that
to. I just
not
want
all?
to keep on the topic.
Do you
all right?
recognize that not all sexual behavior is designed to end in orgasm?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay.
That's the reason why. That is the reason
Then it's
why
not
I
relevant.
do not define sexual acts according to orgasm.
So
I agree
what
with
about
you.
the foot
In this
fetish
case-
tweet implies orgasm?
In the original, so wait, hold on. So in the original tweet, we are talking about, I think it's,
She's so not listening to him that she's surprised by him asking the same question that he's been asking for the last 30 plus minutes. Like she's just hearing it for the first time. That's how much she doesn't listen.
I want to be very particular with my wording. The question initially is whether or not it was reasonable to be able to say in this situation, whether or not it was reasonable to say that this is something which ends up justifying sex acts in front of kids.
Okay, yes,
All
we are
right.
talking about sex acts, not
right.
orgasm.
So in this situation, so there's two different things here, right? The first situation is the fact that if we're talking about whether or not this justifies sex acts in front of kids, the answer to that question is yes. I think that is apparent from a
Yeah,
plain
like
reading of this.
making out
Like you
in
already
front of
agreed.
kids. Yes,
Because
okay.
you already agreed.
Like
that-
doing the hot and heavy makeout in front of kids, right?
So hold on, wait. Let's stay on this topic, all right? We're talking about a foot fetish and appealing to someone's foot fetish. You would agree that is a sex act, right?
Yeah, like a hot makeout. Yes, both of those are
So-
sex acts.
All right, so
In
those
fact,
are
I would
sex
actually
acts,
say
and
that.
we
I would
know,
actually say
all
that.
right, and we
I would
know
actually say,
in
wait,
this
Riley,
case-
Riley, this is not. I'm not interested enough in this conversation for you to think that I'll just mute you instead of
We're
hanging up.
getting right. We're
Riley.
getting to the point of it.
To be clear, a makeout sesh is significantly more involved than being barefoot around a person with a foot fetish, okay? In that, there's no physical contact. At least in a makeout sesh, you're touching each other in public. There's PDA there. It's not PDA to look at your partner who's barefoot. So, in fact, the makeout session that I have illustrated here is actually, I think, more inappropriate than the thing that you called Doe a pedophile over. Or, sorry,
I
said
didn't-
it enabled pedophilic arguments over.
So let me. All right. So hold on. So I think that we're almost at like the point of this, right? You would agree with me that this tweet is talking about a sex act. You said that earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay. This tweet is justifying doing a sex act in front of children.
Like,
yes or no?
yes, like I think people should be able to make out in public. Yes. Again,
Okay.
the way you're reducing it is
So,
deliberately like
the
clip
answer-
oriented, but yes.
So the answer, all right. So if I say that this is a kind of argument that leads someone to either negligently or intentionally justify pedophilic beliefs of wanting to
Making out in public.
be able to involve children in sex acts, I don't think that is an unreasonable read of this tweet, since we have agreed
No, I
that
think it's insane.
since we've agreed that it justifies doing sex acts in front of kids.
No, I think that's insane. I think what you're essentially saying is that if you have a makeout sesh with a person and you're in public and a kid sees you and you
Do you
defend
think that
later.
there's a difference between a makeout session and appealing to someone's foot fetish?
Yeah, actually, a makeout session is way the fuck more involved. There's physical contact and people can see what's going on. With a foot fetish, literally nobody knows because you're just barefoot. They just see a barefoot person.
Nobody knows, though.
So yeah, so I would actually say that. So first of all, neither of them enable pedophilia. But second of all, that the makeout sesh is actually whatever characteristics you're approximating, the makeout sesh is much more so. So
no, but it doesn't. But it doesn't matter. The whole point is that it doesn't matter if the kids don't know. The point is that you.
But what they see matters, isn't it? That's why we care about PDA.
Being able to do sex acts in front of kids. That is the point. It doesn't matter if they don't know. I would say that their consent is violated.
Yeah, I think I've more or less exhausted my patience here. I would say what you're making right here is an argument that hurts children. I think this is a moralist. Wait, hold on.
What?
I think this is an insane.
Yeah,
Wait, hold, Riley. I'll mute you. I think this is an insanely moralist argument that serves no purpose other than to dilute the meaning of actual child sex abuse, and you're using it specifically because you have some kind of weird fucking beef with this subject. I think it's borderline reprehensible that you would ever try to hop onto something as innocuous as making out with people in public and use it to justify.
How is that?
Like making out, you think making out in public is tantamount to non-consensually involving children in acts. I hope to God you've never made out with somebody in public, Riley, because if that's what you were thinking of, I'm disgusted. Jesus fuck. I hung up. I would have had to because there's no condition under which Riley would have ever ended that conversation.
Got him.
Like Riley probably could have kept going for another 6 hours. That's fucking revolting. This is literally QAnon tier shit. The people who will dilute the definition of like child sexual abuse by fear-mongering over it and invoking like Christian morality in an effort to like make everything they don't like adjacent to child sexual abuse. And child sexual abuse charities are like, please stop. You're actually ruining our ability to really fix this issue. Yeah, like, holy shit. No, it's not QAnon makes more sense. Yeah, I've never heard a QAnoner say making out in public is tantamount to fucking non-consensually involving children in sex acts. Holy shit. Well, I look forward to her being added to the fucking BDS cabal, but Jesus Christ. Yeah. Vaush, will this be uploaded? Why the fuck not? Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I think this is reprehensible. I think, if anything, I'm offended by the bad logic. That's the thing that gets me most.
Especially from a lawyer.
The conclusions here were inevitable. Time for her to write another fake legal document insisting you're more emotional in Destiny. Yeah, fuck. Oh, we didn't even watch the fucking Doe clip. Okay, to be fair, I'll watch the Doe clip. Hold on. So Doe says... So to be clear, by the way, even if Doe in this clip said... that the tweet originally entailed an implication of orgasm, Doe has denied that interpretation in its comments in my chat, so it would have been a misspeak, but we'll watch it anyway just for the sake of... I don't think it's relevant because Riley was calling Doe a pedo months before this statement was ever made, but sure, we watched the whole thing before.
Your partner.
It's 3 minutes!
Foot fetish. You go out with your partner. You know that your partner has a foot fetish. You intentionally and primarily do not wear shoes in order to appeal to your partner's foot fetish. There are children around. You do not care that there are children around, but there are children around. Your partner, who also does not necessarily care if there are children around, ends up getting off, orgasming, as a consequence of you specifically appealing to their foot fetish. Do you think that there is any harm incurred to the children, even though that was not necessarily intentionally a part of the situation?
This isn't about the tweet. This is just an additional, because that's what I thought it was. I thought it was the tweet was another.
Yes, RGR was trying to say that the clip being provided gave the context that explained why the tweet was talking about orgasms. and the clip had nothing to do with the tweet. Brilliant.
Another thing, and then it extrapolated and talked about this further.
Yes or no?
From the way you've described that, no, I don't believe a harm was done to those children.
I would reject your framing of this. Violates harm.
That's not, you haven't described a harm.
Yes, I have. Admitted, you're fine with people being able to get off in front of children, at least in some...
Oh my god, this is edited? This is what I mean, by the way. You can't trust that fuck. RGR, at least her community, was absolutely fishing for clips. Look at this. This is a compilation of the portions of the conversation meant to disingenuously frame Doe. Absolutely disgusting behavior. It's so unfortunate. People like her posture integrity really hard, but I feel like I and Doe have more integrity in our left pinky than RGR has in her entire fucking body. No consistency, no adherence to any actual consistent ethical system, no thought put in, just post hoc moralization combined with incredibly loaded language in a community willing to lash out. Is that pinky bare? Oh, sorry, I gotta keep it gloved for the, right, for the kids. RGR just called Doe a useful idiot, spreading around justifying beliefs that...
Used as a useful idiot. Because even if they are not a pedophile, they are engaging in spreading beliefs that justify pedophilic behavior.
That's the same term that Shu used against Demon Mama. Useful idiot, for, in parentheses, for pedophilia. I don't know. Just kind of seems like I would call that pedo jacketing.
I genuinely do think that RGR's behavior here contributes to hurting children. For a...
Obviously, RGR is doing it much more explicitly. Like, it's far worse than the way that Shuon had put it, at least with regard to like Sanderhall and Lance and everyone in that mentioned in that tweet, and the left broadly who was implicated. But like that's still a thing of the same kind.
A public figure to engage in a moral witch hunt, attached not to any real defense of children and their safety, but rather an attempt at using severe language to justify their... I feel comfortable saying RGR's like... I don't want to be mean. RGR gave me the behavior of like somebody who's ideologically a virgin. Holy shit. Like the whole conversation, like, well, a sex act was designed to get you to orgasm. Like, what? Fucking what? Well, not that. I mean, well, it's, you know, by getting off, I mean, like...
Yeah, it's like incel tier shit.
What? What the fuck are you talking about? And, okay, the thing that I think means that we can write off Riley forever is that at the end, after an unbelievable amount of teeth pulling, we finally isolated the variables. Do you think, then, that making out in public in the way that I described is tantamount to, and defending that, the ability to make out in public like that, is tantamount to enabling pedophilic arguments? And rather than answer it directly, Riley just started saying, see, you're defending sex acts in front of children. Like, the moment she couldn't run from the implications of her statement any further, she ran back to the euphemized language.
Oh, God.
In order to, like, maximize... In order to maximize the moral harm. You know what I mean? I genuinely don't know if this is... If this is, like, stupidity or very bad faith, but honest to God, you know? Honest to God, I think that Riley's just triggered by this subject, and Riley will say or do or justify anything if it arrives at the conclusions that she already holds, I think. The discomfort...
Yeah, lawyer brain.
Seems like really, really clear. I don't know. Your masculine voice is kind of attractive. There might be children listening. Shut up. Let's see. How long till D suddenly pops in Discord? Oh, he'll be on it soon enough, but that's okay. For the funny thing is, I'm pretty sure Destiny has done all like the thing like it. I'm pretty sure that Destiny has talked about engaging in behavior that Riley would call justifying pedophilia. If he throws his weight behind this, it's only further evidence to his utter brainlessness. Yeah, I should have asked about wearing glasses when your partner has a glasses fetish. Oh god, very stupid. Anyway, not much else to talk about, is there? Do we have anything in particular? Any particularly spicy memes? Donos? We'll get to donos. Thanks. Is the bridge burned? I think that Riley's behavior was abhorrent and destructive towards the aims of helping end the abuse of children. Or to put it another way, if I had Riley Grace Roshong brain, I would call her a pedophile. Thankfully, I don't, so. Making arguments which enable. Do you think Riley's transphobic? I don't know, but I do have to say it was a little bit telling that I insisted that Doe's pronouns were it, and Riley's first response wasn't to say sorry and continue, it was to say, I'll debate you on gender in the future, but in the meantime, I'll use these pronouns. I gotta say, that was definitely a telling... Finally. Fairly telling, I'd say. Yes, slightly sussy-wussy. Thank you. Got a meme for you. Alright, alright, alright. Alright, down into the meme mines. Who's that person? Omniliberal on Twitter? Not omniliberal, omniliberal. Where are you? RGR was calling Doe an abuser for bringing up its history with sexual abuse. Oh, fuck. I have to be clear on something, otherwise I'm going to be accused by Riley in 6 months of enabling abuse towards her community. Nobody go and harass Riley, okay? Don't do it for Riley. Don't do it for any moral reasons. Just do it because if any one of you fuckers is slightly mean to her on Twitter, in 6 months she's going to come back and say that I led a harassment campaign against her. Cry bully shit. Do it for me. You'd do it for me, wouldn't you? You care. Yes. Where is that, Where is that, Oh, Doom Guy. That's the name of this,
Doom Guy.
vaunted individual. Hold on.
I love Doom Guy.
Sorry, I just accidentally minimized my windows. Thank you. I can see the GGG are seething in chat. Jesus Christ. It's been like 2 of them, actually. I admire your loyalty? Yeah, let's go with that.
Oh, no.
Yep. You changed your opinion at the Kink and Pride thing? The initial opinion that I had on Kink and Pride was ill-expressed. The position I eventually settled on, after burning a few bridges, was that I think Pride should be made widely accessible in a non-kink fashion, and that there should be elements of Pride that people can attend with an expectation that there isn't like some super sexual, like kinky, like performative stuff going on. And I adhere to that because I think that makes it easier for young queer people to convince their shitty parents that it's okay for them to go. It's just about an accessibility to like young people or people discomforted with sex sort of thing. That's actually far more nuanced than what you originally said. Like I said, that's what I arrived at. Wait, why are people in chat saying that I'm
like completely
Wait,
imploded after
I
this.
clearly just lampshaded the fact that my initial position was bad and that I eventually arrived at a different one. How is that weaseling? So outside of the Pride Parade, you're okay with that? Well, yeah, if because usually Pride in the city means there's like a dozen events or more going on, and if there are events there that have like leather or whatever, like sure, yeah. I still think you're holding on to mutually exclusive positions. All right, new point. The next time you guys bring this up, I'm going to turn into a homophobe. That's my new position. So yeah.
Damn.
She's gonna write you out in one of these. That's good. Oh, sorry for the volume. It was a louder laugh than I expected. That's pretty funny. Why burn the bridge over one single issue? Are you kidding? It's not about a disagreement. There are a million things wrapped up in it. I'll burn a bridge over one issue, but this was not one issue. Okay? This was yeah, it was
This was abhorrent behavior that makes minorities on the left unsafe, and, as Vaush pointed out, arguments that water down like water down the definition of abuse, or like pedophilia or sex acts even, but also, yeah, I don't know. As he said, an argument that harms children, basically.
It's mostly the matter of how she engaged with it. Listen, if Riley was just like, look, I feel like we should probably not do sex stuff in public. Like, even if it was like weirdly Christian conservative, like like no holding hands, like whatever. If that's her position, own it with your chest, But this bullshit pedo jacketing, this like, oh, actually, if you ever like wear a low cut top, and keep in mind, by the way, keep in mind the position she had while talking to me. She walked back massively from her convo with Doe. Remember? Because in Doe, she was flat out saying, yeah, dressing in a way which you find like sexually arousing is like she full on. Yeah. Her shit was walked back significantly for me. And it wasn't walked back enough. She would have to walk all the way back to my position. she would have had to have kept walking for a long way. Traveled through a few mountains and across a valley, and then eventually arrive at my position, and that would have been the good place to stop. But it's a foot fetish. I legitimately think that until this conversation, Riley was under the impression that the only reason a foot fetishist would want to see the bare feet of their partner in public would be to come from it.
It's the only way
I actually think that. Riley seemed, I think, bewildered for a bit at the idea of like a sexual act not pertaining to orgasm, and you could see her like moving from that when I was like, okay, what about like pissing on a person's face? What about a chastity cage? Stuff like that. Like orgasm denial is a kink thing. Damn, we still need to find a good lawyer friend. Well. You forgot to bring up furries? Yeah, what about people who like wear furries? Or like fursuits? Like people like they're like, yeah, I'm a furry, And they wear fursuits. Like,
well, we already know RGR's anti-furry from the Demon Mama debate.
I'm sorry. The memes are out there. Who's your favorite TradCon streamer? Nick Fuentes, Big Papa Fascist, or Riley Grace Rush? We've got a lot here.
We got a lot of memes from this.
Look at my lawyer dog, I'm going to jail. Oh my god, she has a fucking Christian... Wait, is she actually Christian? I don't want to be mean to the religious people. She is, yes. Well, there's nothing wrong with... Okay, I've fucked Christians before. They're not all like that. You're trending again? No, please. Please. I don't see it. I don't see it. Don't say that to me. I don't see it. She came for clout and donated. I don't actually think... Okay, controversial opinion. I'm not great at reading people, but I don't think that, Riley like clout baits. I think. Oh god, how mean do I want to be here? Fuck. Technically, she never insulted me in that convo, but I don't think I did anything morally abhorrent. I think she did, so I feel like I'm justified in that. I don't always have to be nice when they haven't insulted me, do I? I think I.
Do it.
I think that Riley is really emotional. I think that in a manner which is not narcissistic, but swear to God, it borders on the behavior I've seen from some IRL narcissists. She has this obsession that everyone who disagrees with her must do so because they've misunderstood her position, a fault of their own, and that it would just take one more comment, one more response, one more sentence to bring them over. And when that doesn't happen, she grows increasingly frustrated because she assumes that rationality is not a process, it's a trait that she possesses, and that if people disagree with her, it must necessarily stem from their irrationality. What's more, because she assumes, almost like by default, her rationality, when she reflects upon these things, like this explains the legal briefs, you know? Like the reason why she frames her Twitter beefs in like legal documents, it's because she's adopting the aesthetic of professionalism and rationality, not for us, but for her. I would actually bet anything on that. The legal briefs, they're not for us. They're not about us. They're for her. She chooses them because it's about proving to herself that she's worthy of that kind of header. She's worthy of that kind of format or framing. That's the impression that I get from her. If that comes off as like super mean, then she can thank me and send me fucking 500, because that's like 6 therapy sessions saved. You can just tell the next person you talk to that, and you're saving so much time and money, okay? But I don't think it's clout chasing, and I don't think it's dishonesty. Oh yeah, we all engage in that to an extent. It's not like I've never had my moments. Yeah. Look, if you all have any energy to direct after this, I think what you should do. Are you really sure Destiny is going to defend her? I'm never sure, but it seems fairly likely.
I don't think even Destiny defended that one.
Actually, wait, I wonder. I don't want to look the fool if it's not true. It might not be, but I have a feeling that if he does cover it, he's not going to cover Riley's conversation with Doe. He would cover my conversation with Riley. Even though the whole thing was about Doe and Doe's perspective and all that, I feel like that would be the... Could be
that's
both,
a miss.
But... No, I get that, X. Yeah. Not X, sorry, that's your name in chat. Like, Doe, yeah, Doe. Yeah. Yeah, you know, Doe, we can change your name in chat, like effortlessly. You're just not in here that often. Yeah, chat, if you have any excess energy to expend after all of this, don't expend it on negativity towards Riley. Expend it on positivity towards Doe. I think Doe did a great job. It was a very good showing. Both in form and in content.
True. Well, I still feel like playing video games. So let's check out another video. What do we got here? I think it would be fair to look at Demon Mama's perspective, if not on that debate in particular, but on the effects that Riley Grace Rochong and Destiny had on her community. Because, you know, she was largely affected by a lot of that stuff as well. We can check that out.
Hello everyone, my name is Demon Mama. I'm a political edutainer and streamer here on YouTube with a wonderful, warm community of people devoted to helping one another grow and thrive. I'm a non-binary trans woman who uses she, her pronouns. Recently, as the result of a conflict with another content creator and streamer by the name of Riley Grace Rochong, some pretty major claims have been circling around about me. The claims are, succinctly, as follows. The first claim is that I am an immoral person for irresponsibly pushing a bad argument for gender self-identification.
Oh. Okay, this is in response to the first debate that we watched last stream. Okay. I think, yeah, this is still worth checking out.
Second claim is that I am irresponsible in...
Yeah, in that debate, RGR was like screaming that Demon Mama was doing harm to people through her gender takes. Just wild stuff.
In general, with my platform as a public trans person and should be deplatformed. The third claim is that I am a bad faith interlocutor who abuses other people and deliberately uses manipulative tactics to harm others. I disagree strongly with all of these claims being made about me, and in this video, I will provide evidence and context that will reveal how grossly irresponsible and uncharitable and dishonest these claims are. Part 1. History and context. The debate with Riley Grace Rochong. Riley and I have been friendly colleagues for some time, and our robust Discord communities have been partnered for about 2 months until Riley broke off this partnership without communication on Monday, February 15th, following a debate that broke out on our channels.
Oh, hey, Karasu.
Originally, Riley had come by for a joke
Welcome to
meme
chat.
conversation about furries and about Godzilla vs. King Kong. As you can tell, this was a lighthearted, fun conversation with no real stakes, which was not included in Riley's uploaded video. At some point, we mutually grew bored of this conversation and began discussing other things, including various chit-chat about online streaming, being trans, etc. A minor disagreement with another creator was brought up casually, and from this, a secondary topic arose.
But also doesn't include people who we don't want to include, right? We probably don't want to say that, like, and this is my, all right, this is also my take, and this is probably my, this is probably like my spiciest trans take.
Whoops.
But I think I'm pretty pilled on this or whatever.
All right, sure.
I don't think that we can just say anyone who identifies as trans is trans.
From here on out, the conversation was incredibly personal and intense, and I was doing my absolute best to de-escalate and communicate my desire to no longer participate in the conversation. While I recognize that I could have forcefully ended the call after my requests to halt the topic were ignored, I considered Riley trustworthy and a friend, and I did not feel comfortable kicking her from my Discord in order to end a conversation on my show. My show is my job. Ending a conversation abruptly could also mean ending the show, and it would leave many viewers unsatisfied, frustrated, and with misunderstandings in their minds. I have never before had a caller, colleague, or a friend push me to continue discussing a topic after repeated requests to move from it. Predictably, the conversation became increasingly intense. Riley was raising her voice, talking over me, and repeatedly used terms like, I need you to answer this question. I'm going to need you to just answer this one question. Just answer this one question. For multiple different questions. This gave me the direct impression that I would be severely judged or impugned if I did not answer. At one point, the shouting got so intense that I threatened to mute, not kick, Riley, and I temporarily carried through with that in order to express my discomfort with the discussion once again. As the conversation went on, there were mutual misunderstandings and miscommunications, which are the natural result of complicated discussions on highly personal topics. And for minor disagreements or slights, I do not impugn Riley or anyone for that matter. I myself became defensive at times and certainly had some misunderstandings of my own. However, this conversation did not stop at minor misunderstandings or miscommunications. At multiple points in the conversation, Riley implied heavily that I was being irresponsible with my platform as a public trans person.
No,
said,
I am getting frustrated because
Okay.
you're a public figure, and if you make a bad argument and other people adopt your bad argument, then you are going to
so
leave
you
them in the bad
are making
situation.
this is why I said, so I was correct in saying that you're making the Destiny argument.
What do you mean I'm making the Destiny
wait,
argument?
You're actually
this is just
saying,
common
you're,
sense.
oh,
If
you're,
you make
you're
an
a
argument
public
and
figure.
yours
Well,
is-
guess what? Right now, you are being cringe. And as a representative, a public figure,
What?
as a representative and a public figure who is representing trans people, by your own argument, your cringiness right now.
Wait,
is-
hold on, wait. How am I being cringe? By pointing out how you are being clearly logically inconsistent? How the fuck is
Wait,
that being
I
cringe?
literally-
I'm looking out for people to make sure that they don't make dumb fuck arguments and lead themselves into bad situations
see
that
why?
you would
Wait,
lead them
wait.
into.
Riley,
People
Riley,
make
Riley,
more
Riley,
arguments
Riley,
and they get fucking
Riley.
destroyed.
Riley, this is exactly
No,
why.
don't
Wait,
talk
wait,
down
no,
to
no,
me
stop
like
this.
I'm harming people when you
Riley,
are literally harming
stop
people
this.
and impugning me morally.
Riley, hold.
Yeah, there it is. You are literally harming people and impugning me morally. But, you know, citation needed. How is Demon Mama harming anyone? It was never established.
Holy God. This, to me, is a rather severe accusation that fixates on my identity in a way that I was not and am
Also, Demon Mama derangement syndrome is real.
not comfortable with. I expressed discomfort with this throughout the conversation, which was ignored. In my genuine attempt to engage in good faith, I was willing to open up about a severely traumatic experience I had during the process of my gender transition. This was harshly questioned and was later, as I will show, used against me in a way that is nothing short of cruel and offensive. Towards the end of the discussion, I was feeling very hurt but was still attempting to engage in good faith. At this point, I said that I felt like this conversation had become an attempt to justify the existence of trans people via logic, but that trans people should not have to justify themselves in the marketplace of ideas. This statement was meant to be an olive branch, but appears to have been misinterpreted very negatively, and Riley, following this, swore at me and left the call. While I do not believe that what I said was particularly out of line, I realize how, in the moment, it was not as clear as it could have been. Nonetheless, my imperfect communication here does not justify what has followed in the days since the debate. After she left the call, I was extremely
I don't even think Demon Mama performed that badly, honestly. Like, I think she did really well considering how hostile RGR was in that conversation. She held her composure extremely well, and, like, she didn't make, like, bad arguments or anything.
frustrated and distressed, and one of my lead mods advised me to end stream and cool off because it was clear that I was hurting. I agreed, and I ended the stream. Concurrently, Riley continued streaming, where she became embroiled in a debate with members of her own community, including her admin team and her moderators. During this conflict, she banned me from her Discord, which I have been a member of for over half a year, blocked me on social media, and deleted the Discord partnership which my Discord team and her Discord team have both worked on extensively. From the moment the debate ended, there was a loose consensus in the leadership of both of our communities that this had not been productive and should not become the topic of further stream or YouTube content. I agreed with my team's assessment, especially because so many deeply personal issues had come up during the debate, and we took action to unlist and unlink the video of the debate immediately. The video of the debate has remained unlisted and unlinked until now, at which point it has become necessary for the record to be set straight. There is a link to the full debate down below, including the content that was removed by Riley. Riley, prompted similarly by her team, including her editor, was unwilling to commit to unlisting the video, and the conflict with her team continued. At the time, unbeknownst to me, into the next day, Tuesday, the 16th of February. Part 2. The death of a community. Since the day of the debate, nearly every member of Riley Grace Rochong's admin and moderation teams has resigned publicly. As of the writing of this script, I have been informed that only 6 members of that team remain. I now know that over the course of Tuesday the 16th, the admin and moderation teams, which includes multiple of Riley's personal friends, attempted to dissuade her from posting the video to YouTube as a mainline video. These requests were not respected, and despite protest from her own editor, Riley decided to proceed with posting her own edited version of the video.
Oh, yeah, super stressed. Oh, who needs to be stressed? I just got home from my externship in Annapolis while multiple friends of mine left the server, and also I had class while I was learning that Destiny was looking at a debate that I had yesterday that's been destroying my community. Yeah, no, it's been great.
Riley's personal edit of the video contained a portion of an out-of-context casual conversation about my disagreements with a prominent member of another large streamer's community. Riley has since admitted on her own stream to including this section intentionally, as she now agrees with this member's assessment that I am too crazy to interact with. In the following clip, Riley is disagreeing live on air with her own editor, who confronts her about this.
You're not gonna even fucking listen to us.
No, I am listening to you. I'm willing to listen to people
your
if there's a
community
point,
fucking die. It feels like it's burning to the ground, and I hate it.
No, I'm not going, like, I'm going to listen to you. Like, what do you think I'm doing right now? I'm literally listening to you. We are talking right now. I'm listening to you, okay?
If you had listened to us at the right time, you wouldn't have that
She always says she's listening to people, but it never seems like she actually is.
video up. You wouldn't have fucking Destiny here dropping the R word, dropping the T slur.
Okay, listen, you're
taunting
able to...
people.
Following the launch of the video, Riley was invited by the streamer Destiny to appear on his show to discuss her debate with me. The tone and rationality in Destiny's previous engagements with me speak for themselves.
Dude, I felt myself becoming misogynistic just listening to her argue with this girl. I was turning into an incel in real time. Every time she spoke another sentence, I had to kick Mel another 2 feet away from me because I hated women that much more. She's bad enough that when I haven't posted my first video yet with her because I want her to die and fade into obscurity on the internet and never come back. That's how horrible I think.
I don't want to give any more attention to Demon Mama. Scrub King, if you want to go argue with her, you'll get viewers. That's fine. Honest to God, I think she's a worthless piece of shit that nobody should listen to. She actively harms the trans community. She actively harms any SJW, left-leaning social causes. She actively harms women. She actively harms discourse on Twitch.
It's not about arguing the ideas. It's not about her defending some kind of philosophical ideal that she's holding herself or the world to. This is just a vendetta. She just dislikes certain people and will invent drama or invent spectacles in order to drag them publicly.
She actively harms any community she would ever try to advocate for or speak on behalf of. She is an incredibly damaging, disgusting, vitriolic, harmful figure to any of these causes on Twitch. I don't really want to showcase that. If I'm ever bringing them on here, it's literally just to make fun of them because fuck that person.
As you can see, Destiny has been very explicit about his desire to no longer see me with a platform. It naturally follows that his fanbase has repeated these claims extensively and fabricated their own dishonest claims to match. Numerous prominent members of his community have called explicitly for my deplatforming. Here are some examples.
Deplatforming isn't even the worst of it.
Needless to say, many members of Riley's community were not comfortable with involving Destiny in a situation that they had already protested to. When the potentiality of a Destiny appearance was made public, the admin and moderation teams largely threatened to resign. They correctly feared an unmanageable influx of external, potentially abusive users to the server and unfriendly eyes on the situation. Riley did not respect their concerns, and many resigned on the spot, including founding members of the server. Since then, a number of slanderous claims have been made against those admins. Seemingly, in the name of further disparaging me, both Riley and Destiny were willing to put the most loyal and highly invested members of the RGR community in the crosshairs of online anger and hate. In the name of correcting the record, I will now read and display a few of these public resignations, which have been provided to me by the admins themselves. In my mind, and this is just me speaking what I'm feeling since this seems to be the venue, I don't care about the conversation with Demon Mama. I don't care whether you, Riley, were right or wrong in your argument, and whether you were or not is irrelevant. What I care about is your effect on the community. After you got off stream with Demon Mama, you took out your justified frustrations at a conversation that turned sideways on your own community. Then, when given constructive criticism on that particular stream, you ignored everyone and did something that will cause even more harm within this community. You often say that you don't want a sycophantic relationship, that you are open to criticism, that you welcome it. All of your actions in the past 24 hours has shown the opposite. I personally do not feel comfortable modding for this community if the past 48 hours is an indication of the future of this Discord. I do care for you, Riley. I hope that you can understand I wouldn't be typing out this message or wouldn't have put in the time and effort that I have in this community if I didn't. This community is important. I think the original mission statement of solidarity and learning is an admirable one, and I hope that continues. Unfortunately, I have a performance career and an activist life to think of, and in the area that I live in, being even tangentially related to somebody like Destiny would harm my future opportunities. I want you to understand that the actions you take have an effect on us and our lives outside of just this Discord. I'm relinquishing my modhood and will be leaving the community. I hope all the friends I've made here understand and know that I cherish them. I want everyone to know that as mods of the RGR community, our primary concerns were for the community that had been cultivated through the collective love, care, and labor of the people that made up the Discord. I, personally, as a mod, left because of two reasons. One being that I have a reputation outside of that community, being tangentially connected to controversial personalities would show poorly on me and my decision making. And two, I knew that if Destiny and his community got involved, it would make the inclusive, loving, and accepting community largely inaccessible to those who needed this community. This was not a group of mods going rogue or a community turning on their content creator because of a half-baked take. It was a community staged walkout. We, as people who were regarded and treated as Riley's friends, tried to draw boundaries, which is a completely healthy thing to do, and at every step, Riley crossed each boundary we tried to place. I personally take no joy in this. It has had effects on me emotionally, physically, and medically. None of us wanted this to happen. We have had our community hollowed out from the wonderful place it was and replaced with a DGG proxy server, and that is incredibly sad. That's what all this is. Sad. End of statement.
DGG, dude.
Riley, please take down the video.
They're like a
Reconsider
virus.
what you are doing. Riley, you have spoken extensively in the past about wanting to keep healthy relationships with those around you and not burning bridges, even when there are disagreements. What you are doing right now is not only ruining your friendship with Demon Mama, it's ostracizing her community and your own. I am scared. Please listen to us. I hate to draw comparisons like this, but you have been more charitable to people such as Destiny and Calvin Gara, actors who have done demonstrable harm to people in our community. I want to make clear what my contention is here. It's not that Riley disagreed with Demon Mama on the concept of gender identity, nor that she felt the need to defend her position. My problem has been with the way this whole situation has been handled since then. Riley has been hurting, I know that. She is seeking a way to express that pain and resolve her frustrations. The problem is that others are hurting too. She banned people, including a content creator, someone mere hours before she had been having a meme debate with, in a moment of anger and frustration and exhaustion. In the face of everyone saying this is a bad idea and not to do it, Riley has gone ahead and posted a video that will do nothing but cause more harm for all involved. I have more to say on this, but being on mobile is making me type slow and it is difficult to see what I am saying. I hate that I have to be the one to say this. I hate that I waited until after the video was posted to speak up. You need to do the right thing here, Riley. I hate to act like a parent here, but you need to take down this video. Too much damage is being done here. You need to talk to Demon Mama, privately, ideally, and apologize for the way things went. You don't need to say you were wrong for having ideological differences, but you do need to show that you are the person you claim to be, the one who wants to build bridges, not burn them. I know you might not notice, but the community is hurting. No one here is comfortable right now. Riley, you are burning this server to the ground in some self-centered notion to protect yourself from an enemy that is insignificant. The harm you are doing, you are losing your friends, mods, and admins over this. You are losing the core of your community. The streams that followed Riley's appearance on Destiny's show represent, without a doubt, the most spiteful, dishonest, and cruel treatment I have ever received publicly in my life. Throughout the course of Wednesday, the 17th of February, both Riley and Destiny streamed about me for most of the day. Both of them pushed blatant misrepresentations of my positions, my arguments, and my personality, in addition to openly and publicly speculating on my mental state, the validity of my transition, and the worth of my work to thousands of viewers, all while Riley's community was collapsing. Riley repeatedly insulted her own community during the stream and looked past Destiny, mocking not only her former community, but also trans rights activists in general, framing me as a representative of the most insane type of activist, leaning on stereotypes popularized by the anti-SJW movement and Gamergate. Content warning ahead for this clip.
And then you also have to keep in mind, you go to, are you in law school now?
Oh yeah, no, I'm in law school.
I'm
working
pretty
2
sure-
externships.
yeah.
No, I'm very busy.
I'm pretty sure, I could be totally wrong, guys. Maybe you live in San Francisco, but I'm pretty sure that you know that, like, the level at where trans discourse is on the internet is also so far removed from, like, where people in the real world are too, that it's also, like, really crazy. Like, there are people in the real world, you might casually hear people still say things like she-male and tranny. Like, they don't think there's anything wrong with it.
Hold on, did I miss it? RGR, I love it. Let Destiny say the T slur just like that. Wait, hold on, did you? I didn't hear that.
Some people say tranny or she-male in real life. Should I say
Oh.
T-slur? I don't know if I refer, sorry. Oh.
Okay, yeah, no, people are saying don't say. I mean, like, I've said it once or twice.
Was he on Twitch when he said that?
It should be noted that Riley did not
How did
provide
he get away with
pushback
that?
to this claim, nor the implications in the claim, much to the ire of her own community. She also did not provide pushback to Destiny downplaying his previous calls to deplatform me and his wishes for me to die.
It's a good thing I'm not on Twitch.
I might have said I wanted to die, okay? Fuck Demon Mama. But it has something to do with her being trans.
First video yet with her?
But we'll see what we said.
Because I want her to die and fade into obscurity on the internet and never come back. Like, that's how horrible I think this person is. Because it's not just somebody that's like bad.
Oh, fuck. I'm literally talking about her internet career. I want her to die on the internet, but then I added like a fucking injunctive or whatever. I want her to die and fade into obscurity on the internet. I'm literally talking about her internet career. I'm not saying die in real life. Although, you know what? Even if I did say that,
My first video.
I don't know if I'd say the same about like fucking Nick Fuentes or whatever. Like, fuck it, dude. But like,
Video yet with her? Because I want her to die and fade into obscurity on the internet and never come back. Like, that's how horrible I think this person is. Because it's not just somebody that's like.
I'm literally talking about their internet career, right? Like, I want their Twitch stream to die. I want their YouTube to die. Like, but I would never want a human being to die, okay? In a video game, off a video game. Or I would want them to die in a video game, but not in real life, okay?
Perhaps the most disgusting and personally upsetting portion of all of this was having both Destiny and Riley speculate as to whether I had thought about gender enough in order to transition.
This sounds super shitty of me to say, but it's surprising that somebody wouldn't have reflected on this before. Before
That's what I said about
decisions to
RGR's
transition.
arguments.
These seem like incredibly important and personal aspects of your identity. It seems strange that you would have never heavily considered your identity prior to like making a big effort to change it. I can't tell if Demon Mama just maybe legitimately just hasn't thought about it before. It's entirely possible because we call on trans people or gay people or anybody outside of the norm. We're kind of expecting them to be more reflective on their identity than like a default character in society. So that's kind of true. But it seemed so.
To be clear, I was saying that RGR seems to have not thought about all of her arguments all the way through. I was not saying that, or speculating on whether or not she's trans. Obviously she's trans.
But it seems strange to me that somebody wouldn't have considered this before. That seems interesting.
Yes.
Which what I'm sorry, what I'm getting is I can't tell if she's trying to think of like what the answer really is or if she's trying to think of the answer she should give to win the debate. Because it seems odd to me that somebody wouldn't consider like, have I, you know, if you're going to be trans, like, well, have I been a man? Am I lying to myself about being a man? Like, that seems like an internal like struggle that you would have already gone through.
Throughout the day of streaming, Destiny and Riley would go on to appear on one another's shows repeatedly to accuse me of various unsubstantiated allegations, from being bad faith to being a harmful abuser who is bad for the trans community. No evidence is ever provided for these claims outside of their personal opinions. Riley also alleged that I was an immoral and irresponsible public trans person during this stream.
The reason I put up the video was to make sure that if anyone wants to know why I banned Demon Mama from my community, why I have a negative opinion of her, why I think she is a morally bad person and does morally bad things, that I can be able to point to that and say, that's why. And you can draw your own opinions. You can agree with me, you can not agree with me, but you can go there and make your own determination.
Again, both streamers streamed about me for hours, and it should be noted that while Destiny asked Riley's permission to go over the video Riley posted, he never even tried to get mine. And until the video you are watching now, I have not publicly addressed the situation outside of one statement on a canceled stream, the purpose of which was simply to communicate to my audience why I was canceling the stream. Riley has, without any provocation, struck out against me, my community, and her own community almost non-stop since the debate on Monday. The level of aggression, cruelty, and complete lack of basic human respect is frankly stunning. Part 3. Setting the record straight, claims and refutations. Now that I have made clear the context, history, and events of the previous week, I will take some time to address the spurious, hyperbolic, and outright dishonest claims made about me. The first of these is the claim that I am an immoral and irresponsible person for pushing a so-called bad argument for the validity of gender self-identification. Gender, identity, and consciousness are some of the most complex, nebulous, and difficult to understand concepts any human will ever grapple with. And they have been hotly disputed topics by philosophers and scientists even to this day. Even if you believe I did not perfectly communicate my ideas on gender, no communicator is perfect, and I agree, I did not perfectly communicate everything, I do not believe it is reasonable to conclude my messaging is irresponsible or immoral. Nonetheless, the claimed imperfection of my argument has been used since Monday as the pivotal point in justifying a campaign of hatred and disinformation about me. Tens of thousands of viewers across both Riley and Destiny's platforms have been told that I am bad for the trans community, that I am harmful, and that I am immoral. In another video, I will summarize and clarify my views on the nature of gender, but the conclusion of my argument is that it is most ethical to accept and allow gender to be a matter of self-identification. A person who claims they are a woman can, in good faith, be accepted as a woman. A person who claims they are non-binary can, in good faith, be accepted as non-binary. Other models of gender, in my opinion, lead to senseless exclusions and significant complication of social interactions in a way that can hurt trans and cis people alike. Allowing people to identify as the gender of their choice is, in my opinion, the most sensible and ethical conclusion.
Also, as far as I know, self-ID is considered the basic medical standard in medical practice. Unless I'm sorely mistaken. It seems strange that people who argue against it always try and argue on some kind of scientific or objective basis.
For expressing this opinion, I was accused of being irresponsible with my messaging as a public trans person. I do not believe that this has been meaningfully substantiated, and the implication, in my opinion, is both offensive and potentially harmful. If the simple act of arguing imperfectly for a functional definition of gender is enough to be impugned for irresponsible messaging, I would argue that Riley herself does not meet her own standards for communication. The evidence of this is that her own community, as well as third parties covering this, have struggled for days to understand her argument, proving it is no more concise or clear than the one she decries me for. Here are some examples of Riley going back on her own argument.
That's just because nobody's listening to her, of
no
course.
reasonable person could disagree with her.
I just wanted to say it instead of saying it in text because I think you're misinterpreting me. There was a point in time where you were talking about it on stream to people where you were saying, well, if you disagree with my argument, then you're not one of the reasonable people, and you banned people because of it.
Oh yeah, no, I
And
don't.
so
Yeah, no,
you're the one defining reasonable in that situation.
Yeah, I think in that situation it's pretty clear. I genuinely think that if I do everything I can to be able to explain something, and if I'm able to go back, yes, in that instance, I am making a judgment call myself,
How did
for
I
what
get enough ammo
reasonable
last
person.
time?
Yes.
Right.
No, I
Whereas in the legal, so in the legal documentation, the reason why it works is because it's judged by 12 of your peers.
Yeah.
Or 6.
Well,
or
I mean,
8
not.
or whatever.
I mean, like generally, like,
It-
sure, that's how it works out
well-
practically. But like in concept, it's supposed to be just like if we were to construct a hypothetical person and then sample the entirety of a population for what that average for like the average beliefs in that population, then like the hypothetical person would represent those average beliefs.
So would you define Liz as a reasonable person?
Probably, yeah.
So Liz misunderstood your arguments in Demon Mama's debate.
Okay, I don't know why. I think that in that respect, she was probably like I would say in that respect, if any, like I would say in that respect, she was acting unreasonably. I'm not saying that she's a completely unreasonable person, but
She's
I
contradicting
genuinely
herself.
do not know how I could have been clearer. Yeah. No, I mean like, and that's kind of my that maps onto my understanding because essentially like what you described. And I don't know, maybe I should just get away from this terminology. Like if it doesn't help me actually explain things about people to people, if it doesn't help me explain things about to people better, then I won't use it. But I mean like that essentially maps onto my understanding of like objectivity, right? Now if that's not useful for these conversations, then I won't use it. But like that's kind of like the way that I've explained these ideas that like broadly.
Second claim circulating at the moment is a broader claim about the irresponsible use of my platform as a trans person.
She uses the word and the idea of objectivity as just like a bludgeon to be like, no, I'm correct. The facts agree with me. But she never actually gets like into the facts or substantiates anything beyond that. It's almost like scientism or something.
With the conclusion that I should be deplatformed. I believe that this is even less substantiated than the first claim. Not only do I invest an incredible amount of time and thought to the content that I create, but I also do my best to remain accountable to my community, my peers, and my colleagues. While I may not always agree with every single criticism levied in my direction, there are countless examples of my willingness to engage in self-critique, public critique from peers, and critique from my viewers at large on my channel. However, none of this has been given any weight whatsoever or even recognized as existing by Riley or Destiny this week. Instead, it has been ignored in the name of framing me as an irrational, unaccountable, and irresponsible person. For anyone familiar with my work in the least, the claims of my irresponsibility are obviously false given how much time and effort I put into sourcing and informing my opinions. However, to the masses of Destiny's audience who were primed by both Destiny and Riley to interpret my words with no charitability whatsoever, the substance and content of my work appears to be of no importance, especially with regard to their willingness to claim I am an irresponsible public trans person who should not have a platform to speak. Once again, I urge those who believe that I am somehow irresponsible to analyze my work critically and independently, because these claims could not be further from the truth. In addition, the idea that I should be deplatformed simply for disagreeing with Riley after she came on my show and started an argument with me which I was not comfortable with is simply outrageous. Finally, let me address the third claim, that I am a bad faith interlocutor who uses abuse tactics and manipulative language. These terms are all so vague as to be useless. Riley herself, at one point, made an entire video about how carelessly the term bad faith is tossed around. I would like to note that the core of these claims comes from Destiny, who, in his appearance on Riley's stream, accuses me of using tactics he himself admits to using on other people.
Have you ever heard of the concept of crazy making?
No, I've never heard of that.
Okay, so imagine that we're having, so some people are really good at appearing calm. I think I'm really good at appearing calm, and I think Demon Mama is very good at appearing calm. The idea is that I needle and I poke you and I pry.
What does that say? Do not impugn my morality. I didn't. You're doing the Destiny thing. Every single time I've tried to talk, certain word choices are throwing up red flags for me. This is a significantly more emotional conversation than I was ready to engage in. Woman is a collection of completely fuzzy, chaotic factors. Demon Mama, if a universal is fuzzy. It must not be real. Car example not true. Okay, this is just his notes from the debate. He's like quoting Demon Mama there.
Prod you and I piss you off until I've said things that are like genuinely hurtful and pretty insulting, and then when you start to get emotional, I sit there and I'm like, why are you so upset? What's wrong? Why are you like this?
Destiny and Riley do not provide
Okay, Riley was literally screaming in that debate. I think that it's reasonable to ask why she's upset.
substantial evidence of my utilization of any such tactics. I find it very odd indeed that Destiny would attempt to prove that I was being manipulative by pointing out that he is dishonest and manipulative as a conscious tactic. This is an assumption of my intentions which he cannot know. He proceeds to coach Riley on how to use these manipulative tactics on others. We both do the little bit of interrupting here and there, a little bit of ranting here and there. We both do that. We're both a little performative in that way. But it was you who did accuse me of being.
I don't do performative shit.
Given the history I have truthfully presented in this video, I think it stretches the imagination to claim that I was engaging in any sort of bad faith with Riley. In fact, given how open and vulnerable I was willing to be with her, and how that was interrogated and disrespected, I would argue I engaged in better faith than even Riley herself. This is especially true when taken in the context of Riley's actions following our debate, which has been to ceaselessly pursue the impugning of my character and my reputation for days while I did not reciprocate whatsoever. This unplanned debate, which I obviously contested to on the spot multiple times, which followed from fun, memey debates about frivolous topics, was neither pleasant nor constructive in my view. And, since the debate happened, a simple analysis of my own actions and Riley's actions will reveal that only one of us intended to carry this issue beyond the night of the debate itself. Riley. Only one of us has monetized the fallout of this event. Riley, who on her 7-hour-plus Wednesday stream was showered in donations, comments, and thousands upon thousands of views from Destiny's community, which was openly promoting her in the chat throughout the day before using the Twitch raid feature to send 2.7 thousand Destiny chatters directly into her channel. Simply looking at the staggering difference in views between her usual videos and her maliciously edited video on me should reveal the corrupting incentives at play. Nonetheless, I am the one being accused of being bad faith. I am the one being accused of being manipulative. I am the one being accused of abusing the goodwill of the audience at large. I think the evidence here speaks loudly and clearly in my favor, despite the misleading claims of those who orchestrated this drama. In conclusion, Riley's behavior towards me this week has been inexcusably dishonest, aggressive, and inconsiderate. She has virtually torched her entire core community and ruined the trust many people in her audience once held for her. And for what? To hurt me? To curry favor from a more powerful streamer? Since Monday, I have been subjected to a cascade of spurious criticisms, hyperbolic claims backed up with no evidence, and outright transphobia as a result of Riley's actions. I have not participated. This has not been a back and forth. This has not been a squabble between communities. Instead, this has been a one-way campaign of anger, cruelty, and hatred pointed directly at me. I am tired of this meaningless, dishonest, and toxic discourse. I am tired of the grave emotional toll on our communities and mod teams. I am tired of being lied about so blatantly. I am tired of the hard work I put into my content being obscured by two other streamers' obvious spite and drama. If you have reached this conclusion and you are unsure about me or my content, I implore you to look for yourself, ideally without the unfair framing of individuals who hate me and who have openly admitted to using manipulative tactics on those that they hate. Thank you, and may this drama burn in hell.
True. Well, it has been a very long stream for me. Longer than I've ever done before. And I'm pretty sleepy, so I'm going to end it here. Make sure we save our game for next time.